NASA's Artemis III crew. I'd like to also say that the moon is the 8th continent, and we will measure ourselves not only by our successes, but how we respond to setbacks. With that, I'd like to introduce my friend Jessica Jensen from SpaceX.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jessica Jensen, and on behalf of SpaceX, I want to first say early congratulations to the astronauts who will get to fly on this awesome mission next year. And thank you for the critical role you're about to play in pushing humanity forward. I also want to say that SpaceX is incredibly honored, as always, to continue to be a part of NASA's most critical missions as we all work together to establish a permanent human presence on the moon. I'm here today to give an update on Starship's development towards Artemis III and Artemis IV. We've made substantial progress towards developing Starship and preparing for the NASA HLS missions. We just flew our 12th flight test and successfully debuted version 3, or V3, of the Starship and Super Heavy booster, along with the new Raptor 3 engines and a new launch pad, all of which were developed through years of ground and flight testing. We are currently building several ships and boosters in parallel at Starbase, and we are actively building out 3 more Starship launch pads in Florida and Texas. We believe this, combined with full reusability, is going to lead to unprecedented launch rates and achieving aircraft-like operations, which has always been our goal. The V3 design of Starship is planned to be the vehicle for propellant transfer, our uncrewed missions to the moon, and for the HLS crewed lunar landing. Our HLS design and operations leverage years of proven experience from our NASA crew and cargo missions to the space station, from our high flight rate on Falcon 9, which is currently once every 2.5 days, and from reusability of Falcon fairings and boosters. Additionally, the docking hardware we're using for HLS is nearly identical to what we use currently on Dragon, and many of the rendezvous and proximity sensors that we're going to use for prop transfer and HLS have been flying on Dragon missions for many years. We're also actively building our first flight fidelity Starship HLS cabin at Starbase. The primary structure is assembled and prepared to be outfitted with key functional systems like avionics, power, life support systems, and more to come in the next few months. Later this year, we are targeting our in-space ship-to-ship propellant transfer demonstration. This is a core technology that will enable Starship to land humans and massive amounts of cargo on the moon. Then next year, we'll support Artemis III and the planned rendezvous and docking with Orion in low Earth orbit. For that mission, we're going to be using a V3 vehicle off the line with an added docking adapter. We are also marching towards our V3 Starship uncrewed lunar landing. This is another HLS milestone that will further demonstrate propellant aggregation in space and also a safe and autonomous landing on the surface of the moon. Then looking ahead to Artemis IV, we're continuing to develop all the crewed systems and certification necessary for the safe landing and return of astronauts to Orion. We have an updated plan with NASA that includes docking Starship with Orion in Earth orbit instead of NRHO, and then we use Starship to actually do the translunar injection with Orion attached. Then it will send them both to low lunar orbit before the landing. This approach improves crew safety by first conducting the critical docking event in Earth orbit, just like we're going to practice in Artemis III, and the crew can also abort off the lunar surface nearly any time versus waiting up to days from NRHO. In addition to improving crew safety, these new Artemis IV orbits also significantly lower the amount of propellant Starship needs to aggregate in space, since we now just have a more direct route to the moon, and this lowers schedule risk overall. We're incredibly excited to help return humans to the moon once again, and this time to stay. Thank you. And now, I will turn it over to Dr. Nikki Fox, head of NASA Science, and she is going to talk about Artemis III science.
Thank you so much, Jessica. Well, while Artemis II was all about moon joy, Artemis III will be all about Earth joy. We will be studying the route from Earth, and our Artemis 3 crew will be our mission scientists. Since Artemis 3 is a technical mission, the science we will be doing will look just a little bit different. We will study Earth's atmosphere, the environment around Orion during the mission, and the impact of space's influence within the Orion capsule. We're going to use this flight to buy down our risk for landed missions by developing our science processes, procedures, and readiness specifically for Orion to ensure the health and safety of our astronauts and spacecraft for our future Artemis missions. And the best way to do it is by taking real data that is uniquely enabled by this mission. For this technical and complex mission, we will focus on how we can better work with the unique Orion capsule and test and establish the necessary groundwork prior to landing on the mission with Artemis 4. With Artemis 3, we will initiate the preparation phase of packing our interplanetary survival guide with the necessary knowledge, equipment, and roadmap needed to plant astronaut boots back on the lunar surface to stay. Think of it this way. If you're going on a road trip, you need to know before you go, ahead of time, and prepare with a game plan, not just for your destination, but for driving through all of the states in between. Weather. Will there be bad weather? Is your car ready for the trip? What do you need to pack for maximum comfort? And most importantly, will it all actually fit into the car? Leading SMD's Artemis 3 science team is Dr. Barbara Cohen. Barbara's team will be gathering the necessary information now so we can be ready for Artemis 4 to begin that sustained presence on the lunar surface. Now, I know you all saw the joy of the science team during Artemis 2. During Artemis 3, we are continuing that great work to build up our scientist corps who will support future Artemis missions. By nailing down our processes now, we will be ready to hit the lunar surface running, saving time and space on Orion, and above all, squeezing out every drop of the critical science opportunities we have before us to make future missions a success. They will be collecting unique science that cannot be done elsewhere. Now, one way we'll be doing this is we'll be doing an observation campaign of the dynamic phenomena on the Earth, on our sun, and around the environment in space from Orion by using the processes that we developed for Artemis 2. Having the Artemis 3 crew observe the Earth will be another great exercise for our teams to help guide the observations in a similar way on the Moon. These methods were adapted from the crew Earth observations proven already aboard the International Space Station. We will be focused particularly on understanding our Earth's atmosphere and the space environment in and around Orion through their observations. By observing Earth's atmosphere and how space weather impacts it, we can better understand how to protect the critical space-based technology there and all of that we rely on, as well as our future astronaut crews traveling through that region. To better predict how the sun will impact our atmosphere and also Orion, we have to not only look at our closest star, but we also have to look back at the Earth's atmosphere itself. Although the astronauts are not leaving the protective jacket of Earth's magnetosphere during this mission, future Artemis crews traveling to and exploring on the Moon and Mars will operate well outside Earth's magnetosphere and will be exposed to the harshest elements of deep space, including radiation. Now, this makes space weather research all the more vital as we move forward on the Artemis program, and our NASA space weather stations situated in strategic locations across our solar system are absolutely ready. When the sun triggers space weather events, the conditions in Earth's atmosphere can increase drag on the spacecraft. Now, this friction-like force pushes back against the vehicle, gradually draining its orbital energy and causing it to lose altitude over time, a process that we call orbital decay. This drag is highly sensitive to solar activity. So by analyzing atmospheric behavior, we can gain insight into different conditions by looking at how the atmosphere slows Orion down at different points in its flight. Understanding the environment outside Orion will also inform us of what future science instruments we could put on the outside of that vehicle. We're also using our ground-based assets across the world to look at Orion in low Earth orbit. And this is an opportunity that was not possible during the Artemis II mission due to the very quick time they spent in LEO. We are also characterizing the Orion capsule itself. We are going to initiate processes for Artemis contamination control and contamination knowledge by bringing samples out of Orion back to curation so we can identify and evaluate the environment within for our astronaut crew and for our future lunar samples. This will help us remove any background noise that may return with our lunar samples so we can subtract it out of the characterization of the samples and really get to the core of what they are. We will be doing all of this while also studying how our crew safely live and operate in space and within the Orion capsule, thereby ensuring future mission success. Now, we're still at the beginning with our planning for science, so stay tuned as there will be more exciting science yet to ride along with Artemis III. I am extremely excited for NASA to build upon the success of Artemis II and then Artemis III and to explore more of the moon, to build that sustained presence and to build our moon base to prepare for the next giant leap, human exploration of Mars. All while we lead the world doing paradigm-shifting science. At NASA, science enables exploration, and exploration enables science. And NASA Science is honored to take our part in the Artemis generation. And with that, I am delighted to hand it back to Administrator Isaacman.
Okay. So you want to find out who the astronauts are? All right. Well, thank you, Jeremy, John, Jessica, and Nikki for providing these incredible updates. Now, before we proceed, I would like to invite Vanessa, our Center Director here, to please join me on the stage. I'd also like our Deputy Administrator, Matt Anderson, if you could join us, our Associate Administrator, Amit Thrishia, Director General of the European Space Agency, Josef Aschbacher, and Lori Glaze, who's going to lead our human spaceflight efforts, Norm Knight, our Flight Operations Director, and Scott Tingle, our Chief Astronaut. If you would, please join us on the stage. Now, alongside the prime crew, we have a backup crew member who will train shoulder to shoulder with them to ensure mission readiness and continuity. Test pilot, Air Force Colonel, and former SpaceX Crew 4 pilot stands ready to join the team if necessary, Artemis III backup crew member, Bob Hines. Now, Bob has logged 170 days in space across 2 ISS expeditions and can step into any role needed on this mission. Now, moving on to our mission specialist for Artemis 3, test engineer and Coast Guard Reserve Commander, making his first space flight, mission specialist Andre Douglas. And we have Army Black Hawk helicopter pilot, family medicine physician, and record-setting astronaut, mission specialist, Colonel Frank Rubio. Now on to our pilot, 2-time flyer, ESA astronaut, the first Italian space station commander, an Italian Air Force colonel and test pilot, Luca Parmitano. Now to our commander, 2-time astronaut, former space station commander, Marine Corps colonel, and test pilot with more than 7,000 flight hours, Artemis 3 commander, Randy Bresnik. All right, let's give it one more round of applause for your Artemis 3 prime crew.
Randy, Luca, Frank, and Andre, I am excited to welcome you as the next crew in the Artemis journey to successfully return to the moon, this time to stay. This mission will be one of the most complex that NASA has undertaken, and we are counting on your courage and your dedication in fulfilling this critical role. It also underscores the importance of both international and commercial collaboration. This crew is comprised of astronauts from NASA and ESA, and they will train together to develop their expertise in multiple spacecraft from our commercial partners. All of this while working hand in hand with the flight control team that works tirelessly to manage risk, ensure crew safety, and of course, mission success. This multifaceted integration demonstrates that we will go farther faster when we go together. As the Director of Flight Operations, I have the opportunity to get to know every astronaut as well as many of the team members that support our missions and other critical integral roles. These integrated teams are the backbone of the mission, working as a single entity to accomplish the mission objectives while aligning to crew and vehicle safety. I would also like to thank the families of our astronauts and those of our team members who provide the support that allow us to accomplish these ambitious goals for our country and humanity. To simply say, I am encouraged, I'm inspired, and I'm filled with hope when I think of this mission and the teams associated with it. To the Artemis III crew, each of you possess a unique background, and your vast experience and unwavering dedication to NASA's mission enables you to help make us and take this next great step in space exploration. I am proud to work alongside you as we make our mark on history. This mission begins now, and it will conclude with your safe return to Houston, where you will be reunited with your families. Now, I'm honored to turn it over to Mission Specialist Andre Douglas.
Wow, what an amazing day it is today. My brain, it is going a mile a minute right now, but my heart, it is so warm. It is so full. And I can't thank everybody who's been along with my journey, but I got a few tonight I got to give a shout out to. So Mom, thank you so much for believing in me, this whole time. All these years, you prayed for me, you thought about me, and I always appreciate that. And Dad, that work ethic that you showed, I was trying to emulate you. Thank you so much. Oh, by the way, happy early Father's Day. And to Rachel, my lovely wife, thank you, babe. The support you've given is unwavering. It has been a lot. What a journey. I'm so glad you're on this journey with us. It's just amazing. You're amazing. Couldn't have done it without you. I love you so much. And to my boys, if you put in the hard work, and you think big, you can do just about anything you want to do. Surround yourself with good people. You can do this. You can do whatever you want. You just got to try hard. All right? So, I don't have enough time to go through everybody out there, but we really appreciate you guys supporting us. This mission is going to be fantastic. What an excellent crew. Very proud to serve with these gentlemen. Very fine crew. And go Artemis, go NASA.
Thanks, Trey. Well said. And wow is the right word. What an incredible blessing and an honor it is to be standing here representing all of you. And I'd just like to take a quick second to say thank you, first and foremost, to my wife and our 4 amazing kids. Thank you for your sense of adventure and your resiliency. You guys have made all of this possible. To our... To our community of friends and family who've always been there when we most needed them, we've called upon them many times, and they've always stepped up. So thank you guys. You know who you are. And then last but absolutely not least is to the NASA team, NASA community, to our leadership, to our engineers, our flight controllers, our flight directors. You guys are the ones that make this happen, so thank you. And last but definitely not least is to our peers, CB, and all the support staff that we have. We look forward to representing you guys and to helping take the next step so that we can watch you guys continue to make history. So thank you, and go Artemis 3.
I apologize in advance if I get emotional. I'm honored by the role that I've been given. I'm also very humbled by the task in front of us. But first and foremost, I'm grateful. There are many parts that need to come together for a space launch. And you need a launch pad. And for me, that launch pad is my country, Italy, its education system, the Italian Air Force that gave me the professional tools to bring me here today, the Italian Space Agency that gave me the first flight to put those skills to proof, and for that I'm very grateful. The European Space Agency is like a launch tower, connecting these two worlds, building bridges. Its very nature is to build relationships and building bridges, connections, and to elevate individuals to achieve their full potential. The rocket, figuratively and literally, is NASA. I'm grateful that NASA has allowed me to be part of this incredible group of people, of this crew, and for letting me fly. But we wouldn't be going anywhere without fuel, and the fuel that lets everything move is right here. Maya, Sarah, Marta, my extended family here in the crowd. You are the energy that feeds my soul. And your love is the spark that ignites every passion. Thank you. Grazie.
I'll echo the amazing words of my colleagues. Wow. It is an honor and a blessing to be a part of such a stellar crew. I must also say thanks to our spouses and our families. Without their support and sacrifice, we would not be standing up here before you right now. To my wife, Rebecca, you're the love of my life, my rock, thank you. And it's the... It is their support of our families that's going to carry forward from today, when we start training very soon, carry us all the way to when we launch off Earth, until we are returned to them safely after splashdown back here on planet Earth. We'd also like to thank the Astronaut Office leadership, Flight Operations Directorate, and the NASA Johnson Space Center leadership for the opportunity to represent the Astronaut Corps and every single person in NASA, ESA, our industry partners, our international partners, whose blood, sweat, and tears, okay, hopefully not blood, and very few tears, but their collective effort will lift all of us up on that SLS rocket when we hit launch day and carry us through the mission. We'd also like to thank NASA leadership and our ESA leadership for the opportunity to represent all of humanity from this spaceship Earth that we will carry forward into the Artemis, as we execute this Artemis mission, extending human spaceflight into the future and exploring the cosmos. Now, spaceflight is hard, and that's why the most important Artemis mission will always be the next Artemis mission, where we are doing flight tests on every single flight, incrementally determining the flight envelope, expanding it, proving out capabilities, and making the operational procedures that we have more and more precise, because every single mission we will do after this will be more challenging and more complex. We are certainly humbled as a crew to be able to be your crew that executes this Artemis III mission in space, being that unifying link between the phenomenal Artemis II mission we just had 2 months ago and the Artemis IV mission that will follow ours, where we will again be the first to land humans on another celestial body, that celestial body being our neighbor in the sky at night, the moon. Thank you.
In the words of the crew, wow. That was truly special. Thank you, Artemis III crew. Hearing from each of you has inspired everyone supporting this mission across the globe. We're all in. This mission is going to captivate the world and bring us Earth joy. Let's look ahead at what's in store for Artemis III. Another wow. Artemis brings us together, uniting partners from around the world in pursuit of a common goal. With that spirit of global collaboration, I would now like to invite ESA Director General Josef Aschbacher back on stage for a few remarks.
Wow, what an atmosphere, what a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, days like this do not come often, when history is not something we remember, but something we are about to make. Just weeks ago, at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida, I had the privilege of witnessing the launch of Artemis II. It was an unforgettable moment. Artemis III will be a different mission, but no less remarkable. Before anyone sets foot on the moon, someone has to make that possible. That responsibility now rests first and foremost with NASA, but also with the crew we are honoring today. The crew will test what has never been tested at this level. You will take a system of extraordinary complexity and make it work as one. In many ways, you are unlocking the lunar landing itself. And for us at ESA, there is real pride in knowing that alongside the NASA commander, a European astronaut will also be at the controls of this mission. ESA and NASA do more than cooperate. We build dreams and spacecraft together. The European Service Module carries Orion forward into orbit to the moon. Shared ambition made tangible in hardware. And on Artemis III, our partnership is in the capsule as well. It's Luca, a test pilot by training, With 2 missions to space, a commander of the International Space Station, he has seen spaceflight from every angle that matters. Colonel in the Italian Air Force, combat ready, qualified, highly decorated, a proud father of 2 daughters. And he has been tested. During a spacewalk early in his career, his helmet began to fill with water, a dangerous situation by any standard. He handled it with calm and clarity and brought himself back safely. That tells you more about an astronaut than any CV ever could. Luca is precise, composed, and determined. Yes, I'm sure he brings a touch of Italian ease to the cockpit. He is exactly the right person for this role, and he is ready. At ESA, we are ready as well. Our 23 member states are aligning to step up in exploration, because when you choose to be part of something as ambitious as Artemis, you contribute. That is what we do, what we will continue to do. But today is not about programs. It is about people, those who once went to the moon and those now preparing to return. To Jared, to NASA, to the United States of America, thank you for your leadership and thank you for your partnership. To the crew of Artemis III, you carry something important for all of us. And to our ESA crew member, we could not have wished for a better pilot. Caro Luca, siamo orgogliosi di te. Buon volo. Thank you all.
Thank you, ESA Director General Aschbacher. Let's now take a look at some special messages recorded by Senator Ted Cruz, Chairman of the Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee, and Representative Brian Babin, Chairman of the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee.
Congratulations on being chosen for the Artemis III mission. It's a big damn deal. Following the extraordinary success of Artemis II, America has entered a bold new era of space exploration and discovery. Under the leadership of Administrator Jared Isaacman, NASA is paving the way for humanity's return to the moon and beyond. As the chairman of the Senate Commerce Committee, I've been proud to author or co-author nearly every major piece of space legislation in the last 14 years. I've led the fight to advance the NASA Authorization Act and secured landmark investments in the Working Families Tax Cut Act to ensure the future of Artemis is bright, robust, and enduring. Now this crew, each of you, will turn those investments into reality. At a time of growing competition with China in space, this mission will strengthen America's leadership, expand our economy, and help secure a lasting American lunar presence. When America commits to a mission, we lead and we succeed. You will make our nation proud. Thank you for your commitment to this great nation's space program, and may God continue to bless the United States of America.
Hi, everybody. Congressman Brian Babin. Congratulations to the Artemis III crew. Following the successful mission of Artemis II, your selection marks another historic milestone in America's return to deep space. Each Artemis mission builds upon the last one, and the mission ahead is a critical next step as we prepare to return humans to the lunar surface and lay the foundation for a sustained presence on the moon alongside our international partners. You're carrying forward a very proud tradition of exploration that stretches from Mercury on to Apollo and now to Artemis. Through your dedication, courage, and service, you will help open a new chapter in humanity's journey beyond Earth. As you begin preparing for this mission, please know that you have the support of the American people. We will be praying for your training, for your families, and for your success in the months ahead. I am deeply honored to play a small part in supporting America's space program. I'm very proud of each of you for answering the call to explore. May your mission inspire future generations to dream boldly, to dare greatly, and to carry the spirit of discovery farther than ever before. God bless you. Thank you.
The story of human space exploration continues to inspire, and the momentum carries forward as the spotlight turns to the remarkable crew assembled here today. Randy, Luca, Frank, and Andre, we have a special group of people who would like to share some words with each of you. Joining us now, we have some of the Artemis II crew. Please help me in welcoming Reed, Victor, and Christina.
All right, comrade Randy, Luca, Frank, our backup, Andre, Douglas. So good to see your family out there. So good to see all the families. On behalf of myself, Christina, Victor, and we all know Jeremy wishes he was going to be here today, that he could be here. We just want to say how completely fired up we are for you. I hope you saw us down there cheering, screaming as loud as we could. And Randy, in your comments, I really loved when you said that you all are the link from two to the surface. And that really resonated with me. And you guys know, because you work in the office, we've been carrying these batons around for way too long. And so with that, the Artemis II crew, comrade, hands you the baton. You got the controls.
I know all of us are very touched by the thoughtful symbolism of the passing of the baton. But I think now, after your mission, you're passing us something far greater. The world watched your mission. And over the course of those 10 days, we saw how you inspired people worldwide. You saw how something was ignited within people. It was ignited within all of us by watching your mission. While this may look like just a baton, right now it's in my hand, it feels like this big flaming, Olympic torch that you, Reed, Christina, Victor, and Jeremy lit. And the world was entranced by its flame for the 10 days of the mission. We, the Artemis III crew, are honored to be able to carry this torch forward, to be able to execute our mission, to make that flame burn brighter and pass it on. And be able to pass that flame on to the next crew that's out here. And so it is our distinct honor and privilege, and echoing the immortal words of Apollo 11's Michael Collins, to be carrying the fire through the next Artemis mission. Thank you.
What an incredible moment. As we wrap up today's announcement, I'd like to thank our amazing speakers and our esteemed guests, and most of all, our Artemis III crew, Randy, Luca, Frank, and Andre. As you prepare to embark on this next giant leap, know we stand united, ready to support you at every turn with mission excellence, pushing the boundaries of what's possible for the benefit of all humanity. Let's give one final round of applause for our crew.
Okay. Well, we're going to capture this, what's going on right now. Hey, Will, I'm going to try to tape something. I can definitely tape something, but this might get dated. But we'll tape what we have. Hey, Will, can you get ready to tape? Yeah, I'm ready. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Jason Rantala here at 28th and Blaisdell, where there's a tremendous law enforcement presence. This after the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office wrote on Facebook that 2 deputies were fired upon while serving a warrant at 28th and Nicollet. That's just about a block down the street here. Let's have our photographer, Will. He's going to give you a look at just this gigantic scene here. Not only is there MPD on the scene here, we saw sheriff's deputies, we saw SWAT vehicles, we saw, as right there you're seeing is kind of what appears to be some sort of staging area. And Will, if we can pan further to the left there, we see some officers in SWAT gear at a SWAT vehicle. Just a really rapidly developing situation. Information is limited. We don't have any details about injuries, but again, just a tremendous police presence here. We're working to get you more information, and we will have that to you as soon as we get that. Back to you. Not every day that happens, huh?
Probably not. Probably too. He ain't even wrong. He ain't on his way. That's why he got all.
Nothing surprises us anymore.
I'm just surprised no one fell on it.
I was like, I heard something fall, and then I heard some yelling, and I realized what it was.
SWAT drops shells on the way to the bus.
Pass the alley, please. Pass the alley. Set up after the alley. Then go home, man. Or if you want to hang out.
Buddy, can you take the alley?
Take the alley, though.
Yeah, I don't want you to like not happy.
But everybody's going to be past the alley here. They're putting up tape. You can stand behind that.
Oh, sorry. I got you. Any injuries you can report on?
I can't comment.
Okay.
I just need your door handle. Yep, you go over there. Maybe if you go on the other side of the street.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, your tripod. Yeah, let's do that. You get a better view. What's that?
Let's need somebody to call the elementary, there's elementary school right here outside Whittier Elementary School. I keep trying to call them. They're not picking up, and this one's on Lifeline. I just want them to know that there's an active shooter out here.
What's the name of the school?
Whittier Elementary School.
Oh, yeah.
Right behind here. If you could just call that and then get a hold of the principal. And
I'm guessing they probably know.
I hope they do. I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
What's your name, sir?
Jason.
WCCO.
Yeah.
Jason. Nice meeting you, sir. I'm Mohammed.
Nice to meet you, Mohammed.
I run an organization surrounding this neighborhood called Youth Legacy. Is he apprehended yet, or?
We don't know anything. We just learned 20 minutes ago that they were fired upon officially.
Yeah, fired upon. I
The
live right
deputies.
here. I seen it. I heard it.
Oh, you did?
And then the city sent me a message, so I came out here.
Okay. Any chance we could interview you quick?
No, sir.
Okay.
So I like to keep that.
You're good. You're good. You said is your wife a teacher over there?
I work with them.
You work with
I
them?
work with them. Principal Anna is who I'm trying to get a hold of.
Oh, okay.
Just let them know what's going on. I work with the school. I work with the
On this vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 211. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The opinion chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from...
We request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 211. The resolution is adopted, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2C of Rule 15, I rise to provide notice of my intent to offer a motion to discharge the committee rules further consideration on House Resolution 1140.
Did the gentleman sign the petition?
I did.
The chair will now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey to offer the motion just noticed. Does the gentleman offer the motion to discharge?
I do, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from New Jersey calls up a motion to discharge the Committee on Rules from further consideration of House Resolution 1140, which the clerk will report by title.
Discharge calendar number 7, House Resolution 1140, resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 5408 to accelerate workplace time to contract under the National Labor Relations Act.
Under the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross, will be recognized for 10 minutes, and the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, will be recognized for 10 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a motion to discharge H.R. 5408, the Faster Labor Contracts Act. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I oppose the motion and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Faster Labor Contracts Act creates a fair and reliable time frame for workers and employers to reach their first contract. Workers in this country are guaranteed the right to organize and collectively bargain. Together, by passing this bipartisan bill, we can close one of the biggest loopholes undermining their ability to get an actual contract. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. The question is on the motion offered by the gentleman from New Jersey to discharge the Committee on Rules from further consideration of House Resolution 1140. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. For what purpose, gentlemen from New Jersey, seek recognition?
Request the ayes and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring the vote of the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 220, the nays are 199. The motion is adopted. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. All members are asked, please take your conversation on the off the floor so that we can continue with the business of the House. The clerk will report the resolution.
Discharge calendar number 7, House Resolution 1140. Resolved that immediately upon the adoption of this resolution, the House shall proceed to the consideration in the House of the bill H.R. 5408 to accelerate workplace time to contract under the National Labor Relations Act. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Workforce or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2, Clause 1C of Rule 19 and Clause 8 of Rule 20 shall not apply to the consideration of H.R. 5408. Section 3, the clerk shall transmit to the Senate a message that the House has passed H.R. 5408 no later than 3 calendar days after passage.
House will be in order. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a union electrician by trade and a proud member of IBEW Local 351. I spent my entire life fighting for workers to get a fair shake from their employers. So I'm proud to rise in support of what would be the most impactful protection for workers' rights in nearly 100 years, my Faster Labor Contracts Act. Whether it's safer working conditions, better pay, or even something as simple as getting the weekend off of work, unions have been making people's lives better for generations. They do so by helping workers get a seat at the table with companies who control the purse strings. And one of the most important tools a union has to get that seat is the right to collectively bargain. Workers' right to negotiate their contracts together have been the law of the land for almost a century. Yet for that entire time, there's been a glaring loophole in the system that allows employers to prevent unions from ever securing their first contract. Simply put, workers have no real option if their bosses hold out negotiations indefinitely. So that's exactly what employers have done. They've run out the clock. It can already take a year for workers to certify an election and actually be unionized. And that's when the start of the clock begins. It takes an average of 458 days for an employer to agree with the union to get their first contract. And that's just the average. Roughly a third of all those workers are forced to wait over 3 years before they can sign on the dotted line. Companies have every incentive to drag out this waiting game. For starters, delaying a new contract ensures their profits don't have to be shared with their workers. Employers also know they can hold up negotiation long enough, there's a chance their employees might get frustrated and decide this process simply is too long. And for some of the largest corporations, making collective bargaining as painful as possible might just prevent that company's other branches from trying to unionize in their workplace. Let's be clear, union busting is illegal and it's wrong, and it has been for generations. But the dirty tactics of indefinite delays, many employers are working relentlessly to kill their employees' unions. And if you live in America, you've likely crossed the path with many of those workers who were hurt by their employers' waiting games. Let's talk about the father of an Amazon driver dropping off home goods in an ice storm. I'm talking about a young woman at Starbucks who knows your coffee order by heart. The kind senior bagging your groceries at Trader Joe's, or the hiking expert going that extra mile for you at REI. Those workers are getting screwed, plain and simple. And many of those are also getting screwed by bosses like Jeff Bezos, who in a short time has accumulated more wealth than any human in our history of the world. At Amazon, the company Bezos helped found, there are currently over 5,000 warehouse workers in Staten Island who voted to form a union in 2022. 4 years they've been waiting. They've been waiting for Amazon to negotiate in good faith, and they're still waiting. If a partner gave you an engagement ring but didn't show up for 4 years at the altar, you would think there's a problem. Well, folks, we do have a problem. I believe workers deserve to hold their employers to those same standards. So my Faster Labor Contracts Act offers a simple 3-step solution to turn endless negotiation delays into fair contracts for workers. First, following the certification of a union election, it would require employers to begin contract negotiations with their new union within 10 days. Second, if a new agreement is not reached after 90 days, if it's not reached within 90 days, my bill would give workers or their employers a choice to refer the negotiations to an independent mediation. And finally, if mediation takes longer than a month, workers or the employer could ask for an arbitration panel to render a decision on a first contract. This 3-step plan would give both parties multiple opportunities to advance stalled contract discussions, if they choose to. Because right now, there are no opportunities if the other stops negotiating in good faith. My bill's clear timeline for contract negotiation will ensure workers can start benefiting from their new contract in months, not years. I'm also confident that not every negotiation will require outside help, because hundreds of employers already do this process the right way each day. The problem employers will be forced to sit down at the table when they know they're not allowed to run out the clock. Unions fight for American workers of all political stripes. That's why my Faster Labor Contracts Act has attracted bipartisan support. Especially during this nasty era in politics, I'm grateful for those members on both sides of the aisle who are willing to stand up with workers together. I'm also grateful to my friends in the broader labor movement for long calling out bad faith negotiation by employers. I ask for unanimous consent to submit for the congressional record letters by several of these partners in support of the Faster Labor Contracts Act.
Without objection.
Including the Teamsters, AFL-CIO, IBEW, the professional technical engineers, steel workers, and machinists.
Without objection.
The coalition we built behind Faster Labor Contracts Act bridges political parties, blue-collar, white-collar industries, young and old, and all walks of life. Our bill reaffirms that collective bargaining is a fundamental right even the richest billionaires must comply with. And by advancing this legislation, Congress can send a clear message that workers deserve a level playing field. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge all my colleagues to vote yes, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor say aye. On those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan?
Recorded vote requested.
The gentleman asked for the yeas and nays. The yeas and nays are requested. Those in favor by the yeas and nays will rise. As a sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1345, I call up the bill S2 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the bill. Senate 2, an act to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of Senate 2, an act to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of Senate Concurrent Resolution 33.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1345, the bill is considered read. The bill will be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Budget or their respective designees. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, if Republicans today were not willing to use budget reconciliation and depart from appropriations in order to pass a funding bill that would restore funding to ICE and CBP, then what would happen is my Democrat colleagues would be able to achieve what many of them have held for a long time as their objective and have publicly stated was their objective, and that's to to defund immigration enforcement, border enforcement, and to abolish ICE. That's effectively what would happen if Republicans didn't act using budget reconciliation to fund ICE and CBP. And that would send us back to the dark ages, to the 4 years of open borders and the unprecedented lawlessness and chaos and crime, with people and crime and gangs and drugs pouring into our communities, into our states, throughout our entire country, jeopardizing the safety of the American people. It shouldn't be a surprise to anyone at this point in this country that that is the stated or unstated goal of some of my colleagues. And certainly it is the well-articulated and cited objective of the left. And quite frankly, a lot of this shutdown and a lot of this obstruction is really the Democrat Party pandering to the left. But what would happen is the same thing that happened for 4 years when we had a commander-in-chief who refused to uphold his sacred oath to enforce the laws. He refused, with Democrat control of Congress and the White House, refused to enforce the laws and secure our sovereign border, and basically surrendered our sovereignty and safety to the paramilitary terrorist drug cartels on the other side of the border, who were glad to make more money off of trafficking people than they did drugs. And we had, as a result, we had a complete meltdown in states like Texas, who spent billions of dollars and were completely overwhelmed. It's almost unfathomable today to think about it, Madam Chair, because we have a daily apprehension number at about 196. But the average illegal crossing or apprehension under the Biden-Harris administration was over 5,000. And I assure you, we would repeat that, and it would be disastrous if we didn't do the right thing, if we didn't govern our great country, if we didn't open up the people's government and fund the important offices of ICE and CBP. For 76 days, our Democrat colleagues held hostage the American people's safety and security. They held hostage the hardworking people at the Department of Homeland Security. It wasn't just ICE and CBP. We were completely dark at Homeland Security. We didn't have the safety protocols being administered by TSA. We didn't have our Coast Guardsmen keeping watch to prevent a terrorist attack at our ports. We didn't have CISA agents preventing an attack on our critical infrastructure. And of course, we didn't have ICE and CBP functioning to enforce laws and to secure our border. That is the dysfunction we have been dealing with, and we just said enough's enough. Okay? We were sent here by the American people who gave President Trump an overwhelming victory. Every swing state, the popular vote, the electoral vote, gave us unified Republican leadership in Congress. And the number one reason they did that was to restore the rule of law and to put the American people's safety and security first. And that's exactly what we're doing today, in spite of the obstruction. And listen, your granddad and my granddad taught us the same thing. If somebody tells you what they want to do and who they are, believe them. And for years, we've been hearing this incendiary and dangerous rhetoric that ICE needed to be defunded. Governor Tim Walz said that ICE officers are an actual threat. These are the people risking their lives to defend us, to protect us in our communities. That ICE was a threat to the public. Governor Pritzker said ICE was turning the country into Nazi Germany. Chuck Schumer said ICE doesn't belong in our neighborhoods. Senator John Hickenlooper said that ICE was a reign of terror. All of this, while the risks have increased because of the shutdown, we have an 8,000% increase in threats to the lives of our ICE agents and Border Patrol agents. A 1,300% increase in assaults. And these are the dangerous games that my Democrats are playing. To obstruct the president so they can go brag as they pander to the left. But again, the reality is it's a de facto defunding of law enforcement and abolishing of ICE. And we will prevent that today because I'm confident that my friends in the Republican conference will do the right thing and put the American people and their safety first. Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time. Those are my opening remarks.
And the gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
I want to start by reminding the American people that last year, Republicans passed Reconciliation 1.0, what President Trump and my Republican colleagues proudly boasted at the time was, and I quote, the big, beautiful bill. Notice you don't hear much about it anymore. Why? Because the American people figured out what was in it. The bill became one of the most unpopular pieces of legislation to pass Congress in decades, with disapproval more than 2-to-1 over approval. And the reason is simple, because it hurts America's families. The bill cut health care for 15 million Americans and raised health care costs for millions more. It made the largest cuts to food assistance in American history. It added trillions of dollars to the national debt, and all to help pay for the largest tax breaks for billionaires in our nation's history. That is the Republican record. They cut health care, they cut food assistance, they raised costs on working families, they exploded the debt, and then they handed the biggest benefits to billionaires. At the same time, this administration has failed miserably on the economy. We all remember Donald Trump campaigning in my home state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and across this country, promising the American people he would, quote, lower prices on day one. Well, here we are, just past day 500, and costs are higher than ever. President Trump's reckless tariff taxes have driven up costs for families and businesses. And as if that wasn't bad enough, his choice of war in Iran has helped send gas prices soaring, a more than 50% increase in just a matter of months. Families are paying more at the pump, they're paying more at the grocery store, they're paying more for health care. And so with that, you would think that in Reconciliation 2.0, the Republican majority might actually want to do something to fix that situation, to fix the mess they created. But no, this bill does not include one dime to help American families pay for the crushing costs that they bear. And on top of all of that, we have the president who is continuing to openly say he wants to give billions of taxpayer money to January 6th insurrectionists. And even though a vast majority of the American people oppose that obnoxious notion, there is nothing in this bill to prevent that from happening. Madam Speaker, the American people deserve better than a bill that does nothing to lower costs, nothing to help families, nothing to stop Donald Trump from rewarding violent criminals who attacked our Capitol. We deserve better. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I have the greatest respect for my friend from Pennsylvania, but that's about as good of Washington obfuscation as I've ever heard. We're talking about funding ICE and CBP. If we don't do it today, the ICE and CBP doesn't exist. criminals are running around in our streets, we don't make good on the promises the American people sent us here to do. They want to talk about tax policy. And by the way, they are the party that didn't lift a finger when the tax cuts were going to expire and cause over $1,000 for every family in this country a tax hike. And it would have been a 22% tax hike. This on the heels of a cost of living crisis that they created by their failed economic policies and their unbridled spending, the likes of which we haven't seen in a half a century. So we can go through tax policy and the consequences of the American people having more money in their pockets because of no tax on tips and overtime, seniors getting a double deduction who are on a fixed income, people who have suffered from Joe Biden's unaffordability crisis. I'm happy to go down the line on that. People have more money in their pockets. The economy's growing. Inflation's down. Interest rates are down. The American people were paying $1,000 a month more in their mortgage as a result of the failed policies of my Democrat colleagues. But today, this isn't the debate. The debate is the safety of the American people and resourcing our brave, hardworking law enforcement officers who put their lives on the line to keep us safe. With that, let me yield 3 minutes to my friend from the great state of Ohio and our Judiciary Committee Chairman, Mr. Jim Jordan.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the gentleman for yielding. We have to use reconciliation because Democrats won't pay the guys who enforce the law. I mean, we should have had this done 110 days ago when they shut down the Department of Homeland Security. And then they said, oh, we'll fund that, but we're not going to fund ICE and CBP. And this is all part of their scheme, their plan, their systematic plan they have, multi-step plan. First, they let in 10 million migrants in the Biden administration. Open border, let in 10 million. Then, second, they create sanctuary jurisdictions, which makes it difficult to remove those migrants when they commit another crime. And third, they say, we're not going to pay the guys to do the removing, we're not going to fund ICE. That's their plan. Systematically executing that plan. Let in 10 million with an open border, create sanctuary jurisdictions, which, by the way, I always remind folks of this. What is sanctuary jurisdiction? Politicians telling local law enforcement, don't work with federal law enforcement when it comes to enforcing the law. Dumbest thing I've ever heard. But that's going on in almost a third of the country. 18 cities, 11 states, 3 counties in the District of Columbia. And then third, of course, don't fund ICE. It's not enough to have all the left-wing crazies out on the street, doxing them, tracking them, spitting on them, yelling at them, swearing at them, and assaulting them. Now they're saying we're not going to pay you. That is their plan. And frankly, you could add a fourth step. We had this hearing in our committee a couple weeks ago. You could add a fourth step. Some of these prosecutors in these sanctuary jurisdictions, like right over in Virginia in Fairfax County, some of these prosecutors actually take into account the immigration status of someone who's committed a crime when they decide what they're going to charge them with and what kind of plea agreement they're going to have. Mr. Descano, his policy is if American citizen commits a crime, illegal migrant commits the same crime, illegal migrant gets a better deal. That is just crazy. And again, they will go to any length to execute this plan. Let in 10 million, create sanctuary jurisdictions, don't pay the guys who do the removing, and don't prosecute the people who commit crimes. They shut down the government 42 days last fall, 70 days of Homeland Security this spring, now upwards of 100 days for ICE and CBP. So I want to thank the great budget chairman for the work his committee has done. This is the right bill to do. It's unfortunate we have to do it this way, but this is the only way to pay the guys who actually enforce the laws that the Congress of the United States passes. I would urge a yes vote and yield back.
I thank the gentleman, Madam Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from the Commonwealth of Virginia, the distinguished ranking member of the Education and Workforce Committee, also a member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Scott.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, while working families struggle with high costs caused by this administration, Republicans' only focus is on spending more money for their lawless immigration enforcement agenda, even as ICE continues to abuse its authority and without any assurance that they will begin obeying the law by obtaining warrants before they go into people's homes, stop deporting citizens, and stop using excessive force. While Americans face increased costs, the president seems only interested about building his ballroom, rewarding violent insurrectionists and putting his face on passports and $250 bills. This reconciliation bill does nothing to block these initiatives, and it does also nothing to reduce gas prices, improve health care, preserve the Department of Education, or create jobs. And let's not forget this bill also increases the deficit after the first bill last year increased the deficit by trillions of dollars. But that's not a surprise because every Democratic administration since Kennedy has left for the Republicans a better deficit than they inherited, and every Republican administration since Nixon has left for the Democrats a worse deficit situation, all without exception. We need to be focused on a fiscally responsible solution that will actually do something to bring down costs for American families. This bill doesn't do that, so I urge my colleagues to vote no on this legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Again, Madam Speaker, you're going to hear gas prices, tax policy, health care, ballrooms. You're not going to hear anything about what's happening as a result of my Democrats not supporting us funding ICE and CBP, because defunding ICE and CBP after the 4 years of chaos and lawlessness is just completely indefensible. And with that, I yield to the gentleman from the great state of Georgia, Mr. Buddy Carter, for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise today infuriated by my Democratic colleagues who have put the safety and the security of American citizens last. First, they opened the border to millions of unvetted illegal immigrants. Now they have repeatedly refused to fund Immigration and Customs Enforcement and Customs and Border Protection agents, failing in the number one responsibility of elected officials, keeping our citizens safe. The consequences have been devastating for families. Take, for instance, my district. Linda Davis, a beloved special education teacher at Hess K-8 schools in Savannah, was killed by an illegal immigrant who rammed into her while fleeing law enforcement. Danny Sharp, a husband, a father, a son, he was killed by an illegal immigrant who was driving under the influence and without a license in Effingham County. And then, of course, in the state of Georgia, Laken Riley, a bright nursing student who was murdered while out for what should have been a pleasant jog in Athens. Linda Davis, Danny Sharp, Laken Riley, these are real people who should be with us today. Their families have experienced unimaginable pain because of these reckless politics. It's time for Democrats to do the right thing. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Madam Speaker, it's now my great pleasure to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, the distinguished Democratic leader of the House, Mr. Jeffries.
Thank my good friend and colleague, Representative Brendan Boyle from the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, for yielding and for his leadership. Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to this Republican scheme to waste $70 billion in taxpayer money to give a blank check to ICE without any guardrails, any oversight, or any accountability. Immigration enforcement in this country should be fair, it should be just, and it should be humane. That's not what is going on right now as it relates to Donald Trump's violent mass deportation machine. Donald Trump promised America that he would target violent felons who are here illegally. But instead, taxpayer dollars are being used by ICE and his violent mass deportation machine to target and brutalize American citizens, in some cases killing them, as was the case in Minneapolis with Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy, or to violently target law-abiding immigrant families, children, and in some cases, veterans who served this country. As Democrats, we believe that taxpayer dollars should be used to make life more affordable for the American people, as opposed to what the one big ugly bill represented and continues to represent in this Congress. Republicans making a decision to rip away health care and nutritional assistance from the American people, the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, alongside the largest cut to nutritional assistance in American history, literally stealing food from the mouths of hungry children, veterans, and seniors, in order, in the one big ugly bill, to give ICE and Donald Trump's violent mass deportation machine a $140 billion blank check. And as if that wasn't enough, ripping health care and nutritional assistance away from vulnerable Americans, hardworking American taxpayers, working class Americans, middle class Americans, and those who aspire to be part of the middle class. As if ripping health care and nutritional assistance in the one big ugly bill wasn't enough, Republicans have now come back for more, to give ICE and Donald Trump's violent mass deportation machine another $70 billion blank check with no oversight, no accountability, and no guardrails. We believe immigration enforcement should be fair, just, and humane, that ICE needs to be brought under control, and that ICE needs to conduct itself like every other cop, every other police officer, and every other law enforcement agency in this country. But instead, Republicans have decided to continue to waste taxpayer dollars to jam Donald Trump's extreme right-wing ideology down the throats of the American people. And so as Democrats, we rise in strong opposition to this Republican scheme, waste of taxpayer dollars. Donald Trump promised that the cost of living, Madam Speaker, would go down on day one. Donald Trump promised to lower costs on day one, but costs in the United States of America haven't gone down, they've gone up. The cost of living is totally out of control. Why? Because of Republican policies. First, the Trump tariffs, raising costs on everyday Americans by thousands of dollars per year. Second, in your one big ugly bill, in order to fund the Republican violent mass deportation machine, ripping away health care and nutritional assistance from the American people at a time when health insurance costs are already out of control and grocery prices are through the roof. And third, Donald Trump and Republicans have gotten this country into a reckless and costly war of choice that has skyrocketed gas prices through the roof, burdening everyday Americans who are already struggling to survive. Certainly can't thrive, struggling to survive. Living paycheck to paycheck. High rent, high groceries, high gas prices, high health insurance costs. And when I look at the Republican scheme that this budget represents, not a single sentence about making life more affordable for the American people. Republicans want to cut health care and cut nutritional assistance, send us to a reckless and costly war of choice, impose tariffs that are raising prices on everyday Americans by thousands of dollars per year, and then use taxpayer dollars to give a $70 billion blank check to ICE so that the Republican violent mass deportation machine can continue to brutalize or kill American citizens like Alex Preddy and Renee Nicole Good, or to violently target law-abiding immigrant families. Democrats here are not simply a no, we're a hell no on this legislation. And we are going to continue to fight to make life better for the American people. We believe that America is far too expensive. We believe that far too many people are working hard, playing by the rules, can't thrive, can barely survive. We believe that in this great country, when you're doing the right thing, when you're working hard, you should be able to live an affordable life. That's not happening right now. A comfortable life. That's not happening right now for far too many people. You should be able to live a good life, a good paying job, good housing, good health care, good education for your children, and a good retirement. Which, by the way, means we will always defend Social Security and Medicare. And as a warning to the American people, the Speaker of the House recently said, in part as a result of what Republicans have done to skyrocket the debt and the deficit by trillions of dollars, to give your MAGA donors massive tax breaks that they don't need and do not deserve, that Republicans are coming next for the Social Security and for the Medicare of the American people. Madam Speaker, the Republican majority has failed. This Congress has failed. Life hasn't gotten better. Over the last 18 months, life has gotten worse, more expensive, because of policy choices that the Republicans have made to inflict policy violence and cruelty on the American people. And this toxic piece of legislation is just another example of how Republicans have failed the American people. And so we will be voting no against this Republican scheme, and we will continue to fight to drive down the high cost of living, fight to lower and fix our broken healthcare system, fight to get ICE under control, fight to end Donald Trump's reckless and costly war of choice, and fight for an America where everyone can afford a high-quality life for themselves and for their families. That's not the America that we have right now because of Republican policy failures and continued schemes like this Republican budget reconciliation bill to waste another $70 billion on your extreme immigration policies that have failed America. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, it's my honor to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from the great state of Louisiana, the Majority Leader of the People's House, Mr. Steve Scalise.
Without objection.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my colleague and friend from Texas for yielding. I rise in strong support of this bill. And, Madam Speaker, we should all be here today to express our strong support for this important piece of legislation to properly, fully fund the Department of Homeland Security, including, yes, the people who actually are tasked with carrying out our immigration laws. That's the job of ICE and CBP. These are the laws that we all pass. I know our colleagues on the other side of the aisle would love to go back to open borders. But they're not, fortunately, going to go back to open borders because we won't let them. Madam Chair, we worked with President Trump to secure the border. In fact, it was the #1 issue in the 2024 election. The American people spoke loud and clear, and yes, that was on the ballot. And everybody knew where each side was. And you would think now that that issue is resolved, that we could be here in Congress to work together to properly make sure that we fund the Department of Homeland Security. But sadly, that's not what has happened. You've seen the Democrats time and time again shut this department down. The Department of Homeland Security, formed out of September 11th. You would think some people on the other side of the aisle are acting like it's still September 10th, like we don't have threats on our homeland. But we have threats coming from more places than ever because the other side let millions of people into our country. Millions of people illegally come into our country, including many violent criminals. They want you to think, Madam Chair, that it's just everybody coming in to seek the American dream. We have a legal method for that to happen. Every country does, by the way. The United States is the most generous nation in the world in terms of our legal process to come to America. Yes, legal. That means you have to follow the rules to be a part of this great American dream. And if somebody doesn't want to follow those rules, including the prior president, then what it does is wreak havoc. And what kind of havoc? I know the other side loves to just attack law enforcement every single day. The party that tried to defund the police, yes, they're still at it. This vote today, make no mistake, if you're voting yes, you're not only voting to secure America's border, you're voting to fund law enforcement. And if you vote no, you are voting to defund the police. Those are the people, the law enforcement officers, risking their lives to keep our community safe. And I think, Madam Chair, it's important to say safe from whom? Let's walk a little bit down memory lane and talk about some of the American citizens who are no longer with us today because of people who came into this country illegally, because of Joe Biden's open border, because of the policies that the Democrat Party on the other side, Madam Speaker, wants us to go back to. They want open borders. That's why they're voting no. Make no mistake about it. This vote is about opening the border again. This vote is about defunding the police. We cannot let that happen. Why? Let's remember Laken Riley. Did some on the other side already forget who Laken Riley is? 22-year-old nursing student killed while jogging near the University of Georgia campus in February of 2024. The man convicted of her murder was, yes, a man from Venezuela who entered into the United States illegally. Let's talk about Sheridan Gorman, Madam Speaker. 18-year-old Loyola University, Chicago freshman, who was shot and killed in March of 2026. The suspect, Jose Medina, an illegal immigrant from Venezuela. Stephanie Minter, a Virginia mother, was fatally stabbed at a Fairfax County bus stop in February of this year. Yes, anybody who votes no is voting against the people who are stopping criminal illegals who are murdering American citizens still to this day. And yet they're going to cast that no vote, Madam Speaker. Stephanie Minter, who was murdered, her suspect, Abdul Jula, came here illegally. An immigrant from Sierra Leone with over 30 police arrests. 30 times arrested over and over again until finally he murdered somebody. And you look at these sanctuary cities. By the way, go look at who's running these sanctuary cities. When these Democrats are coming up here saying they want to grab more power, asking you to give them power again, look at what they do with power. They install sanctuary city policies. They let murderers go out of prison over and over again until they murder innocent citizens. You can just go look at the leadership of every Democrat-run city in America right now. Most of the states that have major losses of population because of their policies. Now, where are they going? Mostly to red states. States that are run by Republicans who want to lower taxes, who want to have common sense policy to get away from the crazy policies that we're seeing over and over again in these Democrat-run states. In fact, the policies are so bad that you can look at the city of Chicago and know you will no longer be able to go to Chicago to see the Chicago Bears play football because Illinois ran the Chicago Bears out of the state of Illinois, out of the city of Chicago, over to Indiana because they're so anti-business, because they're so anti-worker, because they won't stand up and protect their own citizens. You listen to people that get up here, Mr. Speaker, day in and day out, and attack President Trump over and over again. What they don't tell you is that President Trump has gotten, because he focused on border security and protecting the American citizens, we now have the lowest murder rate in the United States in over 100 years. Over 100 years, the lowest murder rate, because President Trump cares about people, cares about protecting people in their communities. But of course, you look at some of these Democrat-run cities over and over again where they let illegals out over and over again. Go back to the suspect who murdered Stephanie Minter in Virginia. He was in prison and let out over 30 times. Let's talk about Kayla Hamilton, a 20-year-old Maryland woman strangled to death in 2022 by a known MS-13 gang member from El Salvador. Rachel Morin, a Maryland mother of 5 who was murdered while exercising on a hiking trail in 2023. Yes, it was someone who came here illegally who murdered her, who was finally later committed of that crime, convicted. Jacqueline Nungary, a 12-year-old Houston girl who was sexually assaulted and then murdered in June of 2024, Mr. Speaker. 2 Venezuelans who entered the United States illegally were charged in that case. Keep in mind, every one of these I'm reading, we're about to have a vote to say, should we have people working for ICE, working for CBP, protecting us from these violent criminals who are coming into our country illegally to kill our citizens? And you're going to be able to vote yes or no. And if you vote no, you're saying you want these people to keep coming in. You're voting to defund the law enforcement officers, Mr. Speaker, who are going to stop these criminals from coming into our communities. It's not like some hypothetical. It's happened over and over and over again. Sadly, there are more. Luis Jackson Nanes Lopez, 15-year-old, shot and killed while trying to protect his mother from an attempted rape by an illegal in Kentucky. The killer was a Mexican national. Haley Helgeson and Brady Heiling, 18 and 19-year-olds, killed in a car crash by a Honduran national who was driving intoxicated down the wrong direction on a highway. This took place in a sanctuary jurisdiction in Wisconsin. So they act like they're doing you a favor. Just look the other way at the laws, except their own citizens are dying. Megan Boss, killed by a Mexican in Illinois in 2025. After the killer's court appearance, a sanctuary city judge freed him onto the streets of Chicago. There that is again. Fortunately, it was ICE who rearrested that murderer. And they want to make ICE out to be the enemy? They're defending the murderers. Over and over again, they want to defund law enforcement to stand up for criminals who are wreaking havoc in our communities all across this country. Thank God we have a president in Donald Trump who's willing to stand up for the American people and protect us, to keep us safe in our homeland. That's the whole purpose of the Department of Homeland Security. It's why it needs to be fully funded. We need to pass this bill. It should have been done months ago, and it should not be partisan. Everybody should vote for it. But when that board lights up, you're going to see who's standing with the American people to keep us safe in our home and who's going to defend the criminals. I stand with the American people and say, let's keep our community safe, Mr. Speaker. Let's pass this bill. Let's fund this department. I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the Majority Leader, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
You know, Mr. Speaker, we heard a lot of words there. What I didn't hear, though, was even one word, just one, about what this reconciliation bill would do to lower costs for the American people. I didn't hear one word for the 15 million Americans about to be kicked off their health care. I didn't hear one word about those who are paying 50% more for gas than what they were paying just a couple months ago because of this president's reckless war of choice. Nothing. No words, no plans, nothing in their bill whatsoever to bring down costs for the American people. Mr. Speaker, with that, I am very happy to yield 1.5 minutes to my good friend from California, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Panetta.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Republicans' reconciliation bill gives a blank check again to ICE and Border Patrol. Instead of reining in and reforming these two agencies that brought chaos and controversy to so many communities across our country, this bill instead provides $70 billion more to ICE and CBP without any guardrails or safeguards for the American public. Now, in the one big beautiful bill, you already injected $140 billion into these two agencies. Money used to rush agents through training, push them into the streets, to troll big box store parking lots and target immigrants well beyond gang members and felons. They called themselves law enforcement, but what we saw from many agents is acting like a lawless mob with impunity and a disregard for our humanity. Now, I support a secure border, but before I give one more cent to ICE and Border Patrol, all we are asking is for commonsensical reforms. Take off the masks, turn on the cameras, identify yourselves, independent investigation, stay away from polling places, and get a warrant before you come into our homes. But instead, your bill ignores bipartisan reforms, ignores high prices, ignores the war in Iran, and hands over billions more to ICE and CBP without any guidance on how to spend it and without any way to pay for it. By voting for this reconciliation bill, you're not only giving a blank check to ICE and CBP, you're giving in to Donald Trump, and you're giving up on your responsibility to the stability of our economy, the debt of our country, and the safety of American communities. And with that, I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my friend from the Keystone State, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. He's also Vice Chairman of the Budget Committee, Mr. Lloyd Smucker.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I'd like to thank the chairman for yielding. It's like the Democrats have developed amnesia. They talk about high prices, but inflation went to 9%, triple what it is today during the Biden years. It averaged more than double what it is today. And talk about working class Americans, they, by voting against the one big beautiful bill, voted for what would have been the largest tax increase on working families in history had Republicans not voted to pass that bill. And then Democrats held hostage $14 million in wages from working Americans by shutting down the government and cost the American economy $11 billion. And despite their efforts, though, to undermine the success of the working families tax cuts, we're still seeing strong job numbers and a resilient economy as a result of Republican policies. But let's talk about the border for just a second. Maybe it's not amnesia. Maybe they want the thousands of people pouring across the border.
Another minute, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's recognized.
Maybe they want the thousands of people, the caravans that came across the border during the Biden years. President Trump was right. It just takes a president to make that change and to secure the border. The American people deserve a secure border. They want a secure border. They deserve a functioning immigration system, and they deserve a government that's focused on them, not these partisan games. Today, by passing this bill, we stand ready to finish the job of funding border security, restoring immigration enforcement, and putting the safety and interests of American citizens first. I urge support for this legislation, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, Mr. Speaker, and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Vermont, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Balint.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to the Republican reconciliation bill. While American families struggle to afford housing, health care, and groceries, Republicans are proposing to spend more than $150 billion on immigration enforcement, roughly $59 billion for detention and deportation operations. Working families right now can't afford a doctor's visit, and Republicans are worried about multiplying our budget for detention facilities, not lowering health care costs, not giving relief to families who are struggling with obscenely high insurance premiums, but instead giving even more money to ICE and Border Patrol. This bill says that while American families pay nearly $27,000 a year for health insurance costs, Congress should prioritize spending even more on ICE detention beds. Healthcare costs are rising faster than wages for many Americans, and this is what we're focused on It's incredibly screwed up. This administration wants you to believe that people who don't look like you or don't sound like you are the source of your financial struggles. Trump and his allies do this so you don't see that their policies benefit billionaires and greedy corporations that have hollowed out the middle class in this country. Don't believe them, not for a minute. We should be lowering healthcare costs. We should be investing in the working families in our communities across this country, not weaponizing our government agencies.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. The lady's time has expired.
Yeah, I'll yield an additional 15 seconds.
Gentleladies are recognized.
We should be lowering healthcare costs and investing in the working families and communities across this country, not weaponizing our government to go after the most vulnerable. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my friend from the state of California, Mr. Tom McClintock, also Budget Committee member.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, for 4 years, Democrats actively encouraged the largest illegal mass migration in history, including the most vicious criminals in the world. For the last year, these same Democrats have done everything they can to obstruct, impede, and even attack federal officers who are trying to enforce our immigration laws. Without CBP and ICE enforcing our immigration laws, we have no borders, which means we have no country. That is the effect, if not the design, of the Democrats' refusal to fund these agencies. This bill breaks the Democrat stranglehold over ICE and CBP funding. Reconciliation is specifically designed to bring mandatory spending in line with limits set by the budget resolution. Instead, we have no choice but to use it to restore the security of our nation. We'll have one more shot at reconciliation for the coming fiscal year, and it must be used to fulfill our responsibility to future generations who are already drowning in our debt. I yield back.
Expired.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
From
I'm sorry,
Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania.
That's an insult, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington State, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Jayapal.
The lady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gas prices have almost doubled since Trump came in and started his illegal Iran war. Groceries, housing, and health care are all unaffordable. Republicans would have you believe that there's no money to help working families. Trump himself said that he does not, quote, think about Americans' financial situation. And he said that it's, quote, not possible for the government to fund Medicare, Medicaid, and child care. Just last week, Republicans slashed $141 million for food for pregnant women and children. But now, magically, Republicans have found another $70 billion for ICE and CBP, even though those agencies still have $100 billion left from the $140 billion that Republicans gave them in the big bad betrayal bill. Meanwhile, Trump's masked ICE agents are killing U.S. citizens in broad daylight, kidnapping and disappearing parents in front of their children's schools, and ramming down doors without warrants. Private for-profit prison operators are laughing all the way to the bank as they rake in billions in profits by incarcerating over 60,000 immigrants of all immigration statuses every single night, refusing to uphold basic standards or give medical care to people in custody. And since Trump came back into office as ranking member of the Immigration Subcommittee,
Yield an additional 15 seconds.
Gentlelady is recognized.
as the ranking member of the Immigration Subcommittee, I get notified every time there is a death in detention, and there have been 50 unprecedented deaths in detention since Trump came into office. This bill, zero guardrails, throws another $70 billion. Vote no. It's a sham.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my friend from the Hoosier State, Mr. Stutzman, again for a minute, member of the Budget Committee.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank the chairman. I rise today in support of the Secure America Act to fund ICE and CBP.
ICE and CBP agents risk their lives daily to keep bad actors out and protect our nation's citizens. With the strong leadership of Secretary Mullen, CBP reached a milestone by seizing more than 100 million lethal doses of fentanyl along the southwest border since October. ICE agents also have made progress towards making American cities safe again, with over 1,400 arrests of known or suspected terrorists. These federal agents don't just protect our borders, they defend and protect American families across the country, especially as the U.S. hosts the World Cup starting this week. I stand in strong opposition to the Democrats who wish to put American lives at risk by refusing to fund these two agencies. Start supporting the American citizens and not illegals. I encourage all my colleagues to support the funding for the vital work of ICE and CBP. And I'll yield back.
Reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the member from California, Ms. Chu.
Gentleman from California, Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Once again, Republicans are showing the American people exactly where their priorities lie. They claim there is no money for health care, no money for affordable housing, no money for child care, no money for gas, which costs an arm and a leg. Yet today, Republicans are demanding another $70 billion to supercharge Trump's mass deportation agenda. Plus, ICE already got $170 billion from Republicans' big, ugly bill, making them our highest funded law enforcement agency. The message couldn't be clearer. There's always money to target immigrants, but never enough for working families. And let's be clear what Republicans are asking taxpayers for. These agencies have failed to produce meaningful accountability, transparency, or reform, even after killing 2 U.S. citizens. At the same time, detainees are dying in ICE custody at record rates. Last week, I visited Adelanto ICE Detention Center in Southern California. I spoke directly with detainees who described inhumane conditions like dirty drinking water, inedible food, and non-existent medical care. Some have even watched their neighbors die. This is what this administration wants another $70 billion for. At a time when Americans are desperate for relief, Republicans are choosing to invest billions in a system that fails to uphold basic standards of safety, dignity, and accountability. I'm voting no. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Texas is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield a minute to my friend from Texas, Mr. Gill, who's also a proud member of the Budget Committee.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's no surprise that the party of defund the police is the party that also votes to defund Border Patrol for 70 days. It's no surprise that the party who runs a Senate candidate in Texas who wants to welcome Matt on the southern border is the party that will vote to defund ICE. This is the same party that for 4 years intentionally flooded our country with millions of illegal aliens. And we hear questions like, how does this make life better for the American people? Well, I'll tell you that deporting criminals, murderers, rapists, and thugs out of our country makes our communities safer. Deporting illegal aliens who are clogging up our schools and our hospitals, who are on welfare and using our social services, makes life in America better for our people. Mr. Speaker, I would ask, when will our colleagues on the other side of the aisle finally put the interests of our people, the people we represent, ahead of the interests of illegal aliens? I'm waiting. I urge my colleagues to support this bill because it's a great bill, and with that, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Tonko.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've spent my career fighting for improved mental health care in our schools and communities. I believe that every single child should grow up in an environment built around love, around learning and safety, which is why I'm so disgusted by the actions of this administration that are terrorizing an entire generation of children. children who are seeing their friends and teachers taken by ICE, children who are being held at gunpoint by masked agents, children who are living in fear that their parents will be picked up by ICE, children who are being detained for months on end, children who are being used as bait so that ICE can detain their family members. Those experiences do not fade easily. Our government is inflicting trauma on our kids. We should all be ashamed of these actions. Yet, instead of stopping ICE's reign of terror, Republicans are pushing legislation that provides this out-of-control agency with tens of billions more in funding, billions of taxpayer dollars to terrorize our children, our neighbors, instead of supporting our schools, our hospitals, or our communities. My choice is clear. I urge my colleagues to join me and reject this cruel bill. Our children and their families demand it. With that, I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if anybody's living in fear, it's because of the fear-mongering that we continue to hear from our Democrat colleagues. And it's no wonder. It starts at the top, right? The nominee or the anointed presidential nominee of the Democrats in the last presidential election, Ms. Kamala Harris, compared ICE to the KKK. We heard references to the Gestapo, a reign of terror, we just heard. It's no wonder that there are people in the streets obstructing and putting at risk the lives of our law enforcement officers who are trying to clean up our neighborhoods from the deluge of gangbangers and criminals who have flooded cities and towns all across this great nation. And it's a travesty to hear such denigrating terms, to see my colleagues in the United States House chamber vilifying people who wear the uniform on behalf of all of us and our families. And like I said, assaults are up by 1,300%, death threats by 8,000%. It's a wonder more law enforcement officials and ICE agents haven't been hurt, but let me tell you who's going to get hurt. Lots of people across this land, if ICE and CBP were defunded on account of not having willing Republicans to fund them fully, not just for 1 year, but for 3 years, so we never end up here again being held hostage by shutdowns and defunding of our law enforcement. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield to my friend and the gentlelady from the great state of Florida. 1 minute, Ms. Laura Lee.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for a minute and a half.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Secure America Act, legislation that will secure our border, provide critical resources to law enforcement, and make our communities safer. I want to highlight a provision of this bill that I've spent years fighting to advance, along with the Tim Tebow Foundation and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, the bipartisan Renewed Hope Act. Today, more than 89,000 children depicted in child sex abuse material remain unidentified. That means 89,000 children who have not yet been found, not yet rescued, not yet safe. The Renewed Hope Act will give Homeland Security investigations the analysts, forensic specialists, technology, and training that are needed to identify those children, rescue them, bring them home, and bring their predators to justice. For every child still waiting to be found, this is renewed hope. Every vote for this bill is a vote to find these children. I urge my colleagues, Republicans and Democrats alike, to do the right thing, fight for these children, and support this legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Doggett.
The gentleman from Texas will be recognized for a minute and a half.
This bill should really be known as the Big Slush. It's a slush fund to enrich our corrupt president and a slush fund for ICE to continue abusing communities across America. Grocery prices soar, gas prices surge, and to the Trump regime, it's really just peanuts. Peanuts of the type, perhaps, that are served on that luxury jet that Kristi Noem purchased and wasted taxpayer funds on so she could ride in style to support her ICE agents terrorizing too many Americans. After filing a $10 billion bogus lawsuit against his own administration, Trump incredibly reached a sordid deal with his personal criminal defense attorney, who he has appointed acting attorney general, to stop tax evasion audits of Trump, his family, and all of the Trump enterprises. Special treatment that has been estimated to save him over $100 million. And on top of that, he gets to control a taxpayer-funded $1.8 billion tax slush fund that can be used to reward the rioters that were here on January 6 who assaulted police and other Trump pals and criminals. Law-abiding neighborhoods facing ICE cruelty, while convicted criminals get a check at your expense. What we need is a genuine check on the Trump regime, but there's no rule of law, no checks and balances. Trump knows that a compliant Republican Congress will let him get away with anything. This bill doesn't secure America, it secures Trump's stranglehold on the Republicans. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, just to be clear, we're attempting here in a Republican-only exercise to fund ICE and CBP at last year's operating budget plus inflation. That's all we're talking about. And their position is they want to zero it out. In fact, they already have. And they refuse to fund ICE and CBP. They would effectively abolish it. So this is not a slush fund unless you're calling what is the normal and regular operating budget of our immigration enforcement and border patrol officers slush fund. It's regular, normal funding. And we're going to do it not for 1 year, but for 3 years so that we don't end up here again. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield to my friend from the great state of Texas for 1 minute, member of the House Judiciary Committee, Mr. Lance Gooden.
The member from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we've heard today from Democrats is Trump, 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 Trump. They're obsessed. They won't talk about the bill. They're talking about the president because they're ashamed, they know they should be, of their record when they were in charge. When President Biden was president, the border was wide open. Americans were getting killed, and Democrats wouldn't acknowledge it. And that's why we have the majority now. That's why President Trump is in the White House, because he promised to clean it up, and he has. And this bill continues that. And for 76 days, Democrats blocked funding for the entire Department of Homeland Security. And they're continuing to stand against this today, but they won't actually come out and say what we know they mean, and that's that they want an open border. Instead, they want to talk about Trump. And the Secure America Act ensures that that border is never open again. By fully funding ICE and CBP through President Trump's term, this bill gives our homeland defenders the resources they need to strengthen deportation operations, dismantle criminal networks, and stop fentanyl before it reaches our communities. And so while my colleagues across the aisle continue suffering from Trump derangement syndrome, I urge passage, and I thank the Republican majority and President Trump for leading on this. I yield back.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's interesting. I've been participating and listening to this entire debate. Actually, the president's name who has come up the most is President Biden. I think they actually miss him because they would like someone to blame other than the man who is in the White House right now. The American people make it clear. Some of the worst approval ratings on the economy in 20-plus years. By a 3-to-1 margin, the American people disapprove of this president's handling of the economy. 72% disapprove. Again, the worst numbers since the Great Recession. So they need someone else to blame because they know just how poorly things are going right now under this president and Republican leadership. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, Distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. McGarvey.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for a minute.
Mr. Speaker, we got to stop saying this is about $70 billion for ICE. This is about $240 billion for ICE. Republicans gave ICE $170 billion last July, and in less than 1 year, they want to give them $70 billion more. That's more for ICE this year than Russia is spending on its military, and they're currently at war. $240 billion for honest-to-God stormtroopers, masked, armed agents, kidnapping people off the street, murdering U.S. citizens, separating families, and detaining children. We shouldn't give them another dollar. We cannot give them another $70 billion. But if you're so willing to spend it, imagine the good we could do with that kind of money. We could make people's lives better. A free school breakfast and lunch for every kid in America. Free childcare for every American family with a kid under 5. We could bring back the health care tax credits that Republicans killed because they were too expensive for 3 more years. But since feeding kids and fixing health care apparently aren't your thing, maybe we can agree on veterans. You guys say you care about our veterans. Then let's do something about it. For $70 billion, we could end veteran homelessness forever, probably 7 times over. In fact, I offered an amendment to this bill that does just that. And actually, with $70 billion, we could end homelessness in America. And that's just one example. There's so much good we could do with this money, and just about anything would be better than giving it to ICE. Vote no. I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's often been said that budgets are a statement of our priorities and our values. Repeatedly, President Biden would propose cuts to the Department of Homeland Security. The last year he was in office, in fact, Homeland Security was cut by 3.5%. Remember, this is all the while we had record numbers of illegal immigrants flooding into this country, record numbers of immigrants who are on the terrorist watch list, record number of criminals, record number of drugs killing Americans at record levels, about a plane load of Americans dying a week. Meanwhile, my Democrat colleagues found time to give $800 billion in tax subsidies to green energy corporations. Just think about that. Tax cuts for the rich green energy corporations, tens of billions of dollars with a cell phone and a pen by Joe Biden. That's the monies that were given to illegal immigrants for health care that U.S. hardworking taxpayers funded. According to Numbers USA, we're spending about $9,000 per illegal immigrant in this country, Mr. Speaker. That's more than we spend on our most vulnerable for Medicaid, U.S. citizens. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to my friend from the great state of South Carolina, Mr. Russell Fry, who is also a House Judiciary Committee member.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the chairman for yielding time. The Mexican cartels have never had better lobbyists than the Democrat politicians across the aisle, who insisted that nothing was wrong for years. As our communities were flooded, Democrats told the American people not to believe their own eyes, not to see the rising crime and the malaise and the fracturing and the problems in every community across this country. When the border was overwhelmed, they said it was secure. In fact, they told us that we were imagining a border crisis. When communities demanded action, they offered excuses. And when law enforcement came forward and said, we need resources, they were lectured by the ivory tower that Democrats sit in about compassion. Their immigration policy boiled down to 3 simple words: deny, deflect, and delay. Their strategy was overwhelmingly rejected, thankfully, at the ballot box in the last presidential cycle, but they refused to accept it. They refused to accept the reality. The American people are done being put last at the expense of themselves and put in place illegal immigrants. They're tired of being treated as if nothing is wrong. Something has been fundamentally wrong with our border for a long time, and when we want to come and fix it and listen
to the people who sent us to Washington to fix the most fundamental thing about a country, its borders. We're told all types of measures of things. We're here on an immigration bill or on a border bill, and we're told we're dealing with the economy on their end. This is about the border and securing the most fundamentally sacred thing in our country, which is our border. I think this is basic stuff. Fund law enforcement. Don't defund them. Let them enforce the law and do their job. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Omar.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this reconciliation bill. Last year, Republicans handed ICE and CBP an $85 billion slush fund. Today, they want $70 billion more with no reforms, no accountability for the crimes they have committed. And this is at a time when Americans are barely making ends meet. Let me tell you what the money could mean for working families. It could provide free childcare for over 1 million children for 2 years. We could expand and extend the ACA premium tax credit for at least a year. And we could cancel the Medicare debt of 1/3 of Americans. Instead, congressional Republicans want to hand more money to the same rogue agents that have kidnapped and killed Americans across the country. We know who is really paying for this. When federal agents flooded Minneapolis, our city suffered $200 million in economic damages at least. Workers stayed home, small businesses shattered, and tens of thousands of residents were left thrown out into food and housing insecurity. This is why I will be introducing bill to redirect ICE's slush fund to the very communities that the agency has terrorized and harmed. This is who this money should be going to, everyday Americans who are just trying to survive in Trump's disastrous economy. I won't support another dollar for ICE, and I urge my colleagues to vote against this bill. And I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's true. We did put tens of billions of dollars in the first reconciliation bill because the Democrats' open border policies absolutely wreaked havoc on the current system. It overwhelmed us. My state spent $14 billion to do the job the federal government wouldn't do. We didn't have the infrastructure. We didn't have the boots on the ground. We didn't have the judicial process set up to take on the millions of people, over 10 million people, over 5 of them released, not apprehended and held accountable, caught and released. And so the system was overwhelmed. We needed to infuse some capital to boost the infrastructure so we could seamlessly work through that. We're talking about regular operating budgets now. And the regular operating budgets, not what we had to put in for the system that was overwhelmed by the record numbers of illegal immigrants. We're talking about last year's budget plus inflation. The bottom line is my Democrat colleagues stand on the position of defunding immigration enforcement and effectively abolishing ICE. And I think that's an untenable position in this country. Only a few radicals hold that position. And most people know what we're up against and what these hardworking, brave people do for us. With that, I yield a minute to my friend from South Carolina, Ms. Sherry Biggs, who's on the Homeland Security Committee here in the House.
The gentlewoman is recognized for a minute.
Thank you very much to my colleague. And Mr. Speaker, the Secure America Act gives Border Patrol and ICE the resources they need to keep doing what is working. Southwest border apprehensions are down 94% compared to the Biden administration. This fiscal year's total CBP encounters are already 13% lower than April of 2024 alone, and CBP has seized 61% more drugs this fiscal year than during the same period last year. That means fewer illegal crossings, more fentanyl stopped, and stronger enforcement. This bill invests in agents, in officers, in technology, and the tools needed to dismantle cartels, stop human trafficking, and remove criminal illegal aliens from our communities. President Trump has proven that a secure border is possible. Now Congress needs to back him up. South Carolina families deserve safety. They deserve sovereignty and a government that puts America first. I urge my colleagues to support the Secure America Act, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I'll reserve my time. How much time do I have?
Gentleman has 1.25 minutes remaining.
Thank you. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Amo.
The gentleman from Rhode Island will be recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, when I first heard the bill name, I thought someone said Less Secure America Act. After reading it, I realized that's what it is. Republicans already handed Trump's immigration machine a massive windfall in their big ugly law as they cut your health care. Now they're back for more. This latest scheme is about pouring $70 billion into ICE and CBP while leaving untouched Trump's $1.8 billion slush fund for his political allies and January 6 cop beaters. It does nothing to lower costs, nothing to stop corruption, and nothing to help working families. Think about that. If you're worried about your grocery costs or your utility bills, Republicans have nothing for you. If you're worried about your health care costs, Republicans have nothing for you. If you're worried about affording child care, Republicans have nothing for you. But if you're Donald Trump, looking for billions more to expand ICE and bankroll more abuses of power, Republicans are happy to write the check with your money. This bill isn't about security. It's about cruelty, corruption, and misplaced priorities. You deserve better than this latest devious deception. The American people deserve lower costs, safer communities, and a government that works for them, not another blank check for Trump's chaos. I urge a no vote on Republicans' latest betrayal, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The question is, does the gentleman from Texas reserve?
I reserve.
The gentleman from Texas shall reserve. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, distinguished ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Raskin.
The gentleman from Maryland will be recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. I can understand why our colleagues talking about deranged Trump syndrome don't want us talking about the actual president himself. He just said, I don't think about Americans' financial situation, not even a little bit. Well, no kidding. But our let them eat crypto president, who's pocketed a cool $5 billion since he was inaugurated, spends a lot of time thinking about his own financial security and the bankrolling of his MAGA foot soldiers, whom he pardoned en masse and released from jail last year. He wants you to pay for not only a $1 billion golden ballroom, because he bulldozed the White House, but a $1.776 billion political slush fund under his exclusive control to pay out to his favorite convicted criminals, anti-democracy rioters, and cop-beating insurrectionists, 96 of whom have already committed new crimes since he let them out of jail, including child sexual assault, domestic violence, home invasion, and first-degree criminal assault. He wants to turn this street-fighting mob into a permanent private militia of MAGA millionaires. His acting Attorney General Todd Blanche cooked up a collusive plan with the plaintiff president to cancel out all criminal, civil, and tax liability for himself and the rest of the Trump family and their businesses for all time. In all caps, they wrote forever.
for any crimes they've committed up until this point. Nothing like this has ever happened before in American history. And now they want to hand DHS another $70 billion after the $170 billion they got last year, despite, could I have 30 seconds? Despite the fact that DHS still has $100 billion sitting around unspent, and despite the fact they've done nothing, zero, to reform the King Kong police practices that left 2 American citizens, Renee Good and Alex Preddy, dead, lying in their own blood in the streets of Minneapolis. Vote no.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president, and their comments should be directed to the chair.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve, and may I also inquire as to how much time I have remaining?
The gentleman from Pennsylvania has 7 minutes and 3/4.
Thank you. I reserve.
The question is, does the gentleman from Texas reserve?
Mr. Speaker, I just want to say it's notable that not once has any reference been made by my Democrat colleagues to the victims of crimes perpetrated by criminal aliens on them and the loss and the pain and suffering of their families. Not one time. Not one time. Not one time. And no, not once have we heard, Mr. Speaker, any reference with respect, with honor and dignity to the law enforcement officers who wear the uniform, who fight the fight to keep us safe, risking their lives to rid this country of the threats to our neighborhoods and our families. And not one time we heard reign of terror, we heard Gestapo, we hear all these things. Not one time. Mr. Speaker, I yield or reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Mississippi, distinguished ranking member of the Homeland Security Committee, Mr. Thompson.
The gentleman from Mississippi will be recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand with my Democratic colleagues in strong opposition to this bill. This bill is yet another attempt by MAGA-controlled Republicans to give billions of dollars to the violent, lawless, and unconstitutional Trump administration. In last year, Big Ugly Bill, Republicans starved working families and stripped health care from millions of Americans to fund DHS's immigration crackdown without any guardrails. DHS used these funds to break into homes without warrants, surveil and lock up nonviolent protesters, deport sick children with cancer, and kill 2 American citizens who were lawfully exercising their First and Second Amendment rights. This bill, just like the last one, does not prohibit any agent from wearing masks. It does not require officers to get judicial warrants. This bill does not prohibit racial profiling or surveillance databases of unlawful protesters. It does not stop raids at daycares, churches, or even hospitals. And this bill does not prevent the Justice Department from creating a slush fund to pay Donald Trump's insurrectionists who assaulted law enforcement. Instead, this bill gives the Trump regime a blank check to execute more out-of-control, unaccountable crackdowns on migrants and American citizens supporting them. Americans know the difference.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Additional 15 seconds.
Gentleman is recognized.
Americans know the difference between a government that works for them and one that works only for Donald Trump. We must oppose this awful bill. I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, the distinguished ranking member of the Small Business Committee, Ms. Velasquez.
The gentlewoman from New York will be recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, almost a year ago,
we debated a horrific piece of Republican legislation that cut more than $1 trillion from health care and nearly $200 billion in food assistance for hungry families. Also, billionaires could get another tax cut. That same bill handed over $170 billion to DHS for immigration enforcement, money used to supercharge ICE and CBP as they terrorize immigrant communities, trampled the Constitution, brutalized and killed American citizens in the streets. Since then, life has only gotten more unaffordable. So what is the Republican answer? Another $70 billion for immigration enforcement that is already out of control. It is a slap in the face to every American struggling to get by. It is a slap in the face to every small business in this country that is struggling. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Does the gentleman from Texas continue to reserve?
Yes, I do, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Colorado, the Assistant Democratic Leader, Mr. Neguse.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the Speaker. I want to thank the ranking member of the Budget Committee for his leadership. I don't serve on the Budget Committee, but my understanding of the Budget Committee, perhaps a naive understanding, was that the committee would try to build a responsible budget to live within its means. But I must say with deep regret, Mr. Speaker, I have respect for my colleague, the chairman of the Budget Committee, but every time he comes to the floor, it ends up costing us all more money. This bill is going to increase the deficit by $70 billion. $70 billion with a B, dollars. That's how much the Republican Budget Committee proposes that we spend, that we impair our national deficit. For all of the Freedom Caucus members, for all of the Republicans who have come to the floor to shed crocodile tears about the fiscal health of our country, understand that in half an hour you'll be voting in favor of a bill that increases the deficit
Gentleman's time has
by
expired.
$70 billion, Mr. Speaker. We ought to reject it.
Gentleman will suspend.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas, do you continue to reserve?
We're talking about last year's budget plus inflation, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Arizona, member of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, Mr. Stanton.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to this extreme Republican budget bill, an additional $40 billion to ICE, an agency that has already received unprecedented amount of taxpayer funds with zero reforms, zero accountability, not a single dollar in this bill to lower the cost of living, nothing for families drowning under Trump's tariffs, nothing for skyrocketing grocery bills, nothing for the gas prices that have been driven up by a failing war of choice in Iran. This budget shows the American people where the MAGA Republicans' priorities lie. They will roll over to Trump every single time while their own constituents struggle to make ends meet. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I am prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
I want to use the remainder of my time to once again point out, as I said in the beginning, that this bill does absolutely nothing to prevent Donald Trump from handing taxpayer dollars to the violent criminals who attacked police officers here on January 6th. Now, we know this is not hypothetical. The president has said repeatedly that he wants to compensate January 6th rioters. Just this past weekend, he refused to rule out payments even for those who assaulted law enforcement officers at the Capitol. Mr. Speaker, let's remember what these criminals did. Rioters trapped Officer Daniel Hodges in a doorway, ripped away his gas mask as he was crushed and assaulted. Officer Michael Fanone was beaten, tased again and again, dragged into the crowd, and suffered a heart attack. Other officers were attacked with flagpoles and pepper sprayed. These rioters were not tourists. They were violent thugs who attempted to overturn an election by force. Now, let's not forget, this president has already pardoned them. He already gave them a free pass. Now he wants to reward them again with our taxpayer money. What a disgrace. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to commit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would make clear that not one penny of taxpayer money may be used to create, administer, or pay for any slush fund, settlement payment, or any other payout to January 6th insurrectionists. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment.
Without objection.
I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to commit, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, as the good book says, where your treasure is, there your heart is also. Our treasure as Republicans and our hearts as the American people have reflected in this last and most historic election is with the law-abiding citizens of this great nation and the brave men and women who risk their lives to defend it every day. This is regular budget, normal budgets, and this is the least we can do to support those folks who stand on that thin line to defend our sovereign borders and our safety. I urge my Democrat colleagues, do not defund
The gentleman's time is
the
expired.
ICE and Border Patrol.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1345, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on the third reading of the bill. Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
An act to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of Senate Concurrent Resolution 33.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Boyle of Pennsylvania moves to commit the bill Senate 2 to the Committee on the Budget.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to commit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it. The motion is not.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the
For
yeas.
what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on the motion to commit will be followed by a 5-minute vote on passage of the bill, if ordered, and adoption of House Resolution 1140. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 211 and the nays are 215. The motion is not adopted. The question now is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded
For what purpose
vote.
does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek attention?
I ask for a recorded vote of the yeas and nays.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 212. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of House Resolution 1140, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
Discharge calendar number 7, House Resolution 1140. Resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 5408 to accelerate workplace time to contract under the National Labor Relations Act.
The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 221, the nays are 201. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. To order. The chair would ask members to please take conversations off the floor. We're about to begin debate and consideration on another measure. Pursuant to House Resolution 1140, the House will proceed to the immediate consideration of House Resolution H.R. 5408, which the clerk will report by title.
H.R. 5408, a bill to accelerate workplace time to contract under the National Labor Relations Act.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1140, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Workforce or their respective designees. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Walberg, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Walberg, but before we begin that, the House will come to order. Members are asked again to please take conversations off the floor. At this time, Mr. Walberg is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 5408.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 5408. The so-called Faster Labor Contracts Act, I will give credit to whoever named this bill, because it certainly accomplishes 2 things faster. It fast-tracks government intrusion into private workplaces, and it erodes workers' rights faster than we have ever seen before. Under the FLCA, if the private parties involved do not reach a first contract on an accelerated timeline, a government-appointed arbitration panel steps in and imposes one. The panel does not merely recommend contract provisions or serve as a neutral entity while parties work to reach an agreement. Instead, it imposes a contract on employers and employees for at least 2 years without their consent. Let's call this bill what it really is: a massive expansion of Washington's power over American workers and job creators. It is the latest attempt to put workers under the thumb of federal bureaucrats. Under the bill, government bureaucrats can parachute into workplaces they've never set foot in, override the voices of workers in industries they know little about, and leave them with contracts that may not serve their interests. Mr. Speaker, supporters of this bill assure businesses and workers that it is about worker empowerment and efficiency. I may be misremembering the definition of empowerment, but I can guarantee it does not mean taking away a worker's right to vote on his or her own contract and giving that power to a Washington bureaucrat with no stake in the outcome. As for efficiency, this bill inserts the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service, FMCS, an agency that President Trump rightly sought to eliminate for its corruption, into the bargaining process. Reports came out last year about the agency's alleged mismanagement of funds and other fraudulent activities. Now we're expected to give this agency a role in deciding workers' wages, benefits, scheduling rules, disciplinary procedures, and working conditions whenever contract negotiations extend beyond an arbitrary time frame. I really doubt this agency will be able to do much of anything efficiently if the bill's supporters truly care about efficiency, and I believe they do. But this is a strange way to show it. For more than 90 years, Federal labor law has required employers and unions to bargain in good faith. Despite what supporters of this bill seem to suggest, that system is still working today. Whether it's the Teamsters and UPS or United Auto Works and the big three automakers, countless agreements across the country have been reached because both sides negotiated, compromised, and arrived at terms that made sense for their unique workplaces. Under this bill, small businesses in particular could be forced into long-term, expensive, one-size-fits-all contracts written by bureaucrats. Those contracts could mandate spending that small employers cannot sustain, threaten jobs, kill growth, and in some cases, shut businesses down entirely. Mr. Speaker, simply put, the FLCA is not pro-worker. It's an ideological Trojan horse that harms the very people it claims to help, empowers bureaucrats over workers, and undermines the collaborative process that has long defined American labor relations. Ultimately, workers value having a voice in workplace decisions. The Trump administration has prioritized putting America's workers first and strengthening the nation's workforce. This bill goes directly against the President's vision for America to have the most capable and competitive workforce in the world. It takes decisions out of the hands of workers and job creators and places them in the hands of unelected bureaucrats. Mr. Speaker, we do not need government-imposed contracts. We do not need bureaucrats writing workplace rules. And we certainly do not need a bill that claims to champion workers while stripping them of their ability to approve contracts that govern their livelihoods, whether they understand that or not. If Congress truly wants to support American workers, we should strengthen workplace democracy, protect workers' rights, and encourage honest bargaining, not replace negotiation with government mandates. The FLCA is wrong for workers, wrong for businesses, wrong for the economy, and wrong for the country. I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing it. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself to time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 5408, the Faster Labor Contracts Act, which ensures that workers can quickly and efficiently reach a first contract between a union and their employer. This is also one of the many important provisions of the Protecting the Right to Organize, or the PRO Act, which critically bolsters working people's ability to organize and form a union while holding union-busting employers accountable. This bill would amend the National Labor Relations Act to require employers to begin negotiations with a newly certified union within 10 days. This bill further provides that if no agreement is reached after 90 days, either party may request mediation from the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service. If mediation fails after 30 days, the dispute will be referred to an arbitration panel selected by the union and employer to secure an initial contract. For too many workers, the hard work doesn't end when they vote to form a union. It just begins. Reaching a first contract to form a union can take months, even years. In some cases, it never happens at all. It is not unusual for workers to sit through endless delays and other dilatory tactics by employers, including shifting proposals and stalled negotiations. Workers endure all of this while trying to balance their jobs, their families, and their livelihoods. When workers choose to organize, they are choosing a unified voice to negotiate for their rights with management. But without a first contract, that voice can be effectively silenced. And dragging out negotiations gives corporations a long chance to break up a union. Faster Labor Contracts Act brings accountability to this process. It sets up reasonable timelines and ensures that both sides engage in serious, good faith negotiations. It helps prevent delay tactics and keeps the focus where it belongs on reaching an agreement that works for everyone. This bill is about making the right to organize real, not theoretical. And thank you again to Congressman Norcross for your leadership on this issue. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from North Carolina, the Chairman Emeritus of the Education Workforce Committee, Ms. Fox.
The Rules Chair has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Chairman of the committee. I rise in opposition to the Faster Labor Contracts Act. Republicans should always be pro-worker, and we are always pro-worker. But being pro-worker does not mean handing more power to Washington, and it certainly does not mean taking decisions away from the workers themselves. Yet that is exactly what this bill does. For nearly 90 years, federal labor policy has been guided by a simple principle. Workers and employers should determine the terms of employment through voluntary, good faith bargaining. That framework, established under the National Labor Relations Act, has governed labor relations for generations. The Faster Labor Contracts Act turns that principle on its head. If negotiations fail to conclude within a federally prescribed timeline, government-appointed arbitrators are empowered to impose wages, benefits, schedules, and workplace rules for years to come. In other words, this bill replaces negotiation with compulsion and substitutes private agreements with federal mandates. Most concerning, workers themselves may be bound by contracts they never approved. Under the FLCA, employees would lose one of the most fundamental rights they have today, the ability to vote on the terms and conditions governing their own employment. This is not pro-worker, it's pro-government, and Congress should not be in the business of silencing workers or stripping them of their voice. I urge opposition to this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The lady yields back to the gentleman from Michigan. The Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to a member of the Committee on Education and Workforce and a sponsor of the bill, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
The gentleman from New Jersey has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Scott, for yielding. When a union wins more fair pay and better working conditions for its members, it sets a bar higher for everyone. Even if you're not part of the union yourself, you can still thank organized labor for negotiating some of what is in your contract. But for millions of workers, the first contract can take years to negotiate if an employer decides to play the waiting game. Some negotiations collapse before the contract ever becomes law. In fact, that's exactly what many corporations are banking on. So if we can't count on billionaires negotiating ethically, and we can't count on existing rules to stop employers from running out the clock, what can we count on? We can count on ourselves to fight back, and my Faster Labor Contracts Act is what is an unprecedented coalition of lawmakers, labor leaders, and workers across this great nation are now fighting back with. We're proposing that workers get a choice, that if an employer won't meaningfully come to the table, my legislation would give workers and employers the option to invoke hard deadlines. It is an option, it is not mandatory. And if the bill offers a clear path to a first contract and it doesn't pass, this has an end to it. It's really simple change. Yet we need that level playing field. The Faster Labor Contracts Act would be the most significant new protection for workers since before World War II. I want to thank Bobby Scott and my friends on both sides of the aisle for helping get this Faster Labor Contracts Act to this point. Now, let's pass it out of the House, get it over to the Senate, and get it to the White House to get signed. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly respect my good friend and colleague from New Jersey, the sponsor of this bill, and his desire to move processes forward. I just have a significant concern that it's short-sighted to think that government intrusion into this process will ever work in the end, and what would be considered optional wouldn't eventually become mandatory, and the fact that the workers themselves aren't making these decisions, and the best interest of the union leadership may be carried on, but not the workers. That's my concern. I'm pleased now to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, a man who knows what it means to be involved in negotiations from both sides, Mr. Allen.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding the time. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 5408, the Faster Labor Contracts Act. Mr. Speaker, under the leadership of this House majority and the Trump administration, we are working to deliver a 21st century economy that benefits the working class. We are putting workers first and giving them the freedom to champion their own future and achieve the American dream. This legislation before us today, to put simply, is a significant step backwards. There's a reason this bill is opposed by hundreds of organizations and stakeholder groups, including HR professionals, franchise businesses, retailers, and more. The Faster Labor Contracts Act would allow government-appointed arbitrators to impose a union contract on workers and employers if the two sides cannot reach an agreement on their own. At its core, HR 5408 rips power away from workers and job creators and lays it in the lap of the federal government. I can tell you firsthand that the hardworking Georgians I represent want no part of this. Georgia has been named the #1 state to do business for 12 consecutive years. We are a right-to-work state. One reason for that is that we have great state-level leadership that rejects destructive policies like this. Current law already requires employers and unions to bargain in good faith and provides remedies for parties that refuse to do so. The goal of this body should be to fuel growth for Main Street, not force employees and employers into union contracts without their consent. The Fair Labor Contracts Act is bad for our economy, bad for American workers, and I strongly urge a vote in opposition, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Georgia yields back. The gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Horsford.
The gentleman from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the distinguished ranking member for yielding. I rise as a son of the labor movement and co-chair of the Congressional Labor Caucus in strong support of the Faster Labor Contracts Act. When workers come together to form a union, they are not asking for a handout. They're asking and fighting for what they've already earned: better wages, safer working conditions, stronger benefits, and the dignity of having a voice on the job. Collective bargaining is a fundamental right, guaranteed under federal law, and it is one of the most powerful tools working people have. But, Mr. Speaker, winning the union election is supposed to be the end of the fight. Instead, for far too many workers, it is just the beginning. It is just the beginning because current law provides no meaningful timeline for reaching a first contract. Employers who want to stall can stall for months, for years, all while workers wait. And here's the number that should outrage every member of this body: 458 days. On average, it takes 458 days to reach a first contract after workers have already voted. Think about that. More than a year after workers have spoken clearly with their vote, they are still waiting. They're still waiting for wages that they've organized to win. They're still waiting for the benefits that their families need. And they're still waiting for basic dignity on the job. And too often, that delay is not an accident. It is a strategy to wear workers down and to preserve the status quo. The Faster Labor Contract Act, introduced by my friend and fellow co-chair of the Labor Caucus, Representative Norcross, closes that loophole. It does not guarantee any particular outcome at the bargaining table. It simply ensures both parties show up and negotiate in good faith on a reasonable timeline. A right delayed is a right denied. Workers cannot wait. Families cannot wait. I urge my colleagues to support the Faster Labor Contracts Act and to bring this PRO-Act to the floor for its full approval, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and the gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We talk about efficiency and moving the issue forward 400 some days, but this bill is being rushed. It's being rushed in other ways. It requires report from the Government Accountability Office examining the length of time between recognition of a union in a workplace and the initial collective bargaining agreement. However, that report will not be issued up till 1 year after enactment of the bill. We're passing a bill that could impact millions of employers and employees, only then to request a report to understand the alleged issue this bill aims to address. I think back to the 2010 Obamacare vote, when members of this body were told to pass the bill so you can find out what's in it. We face a similar question today. Why must we vote on a proposed solution before we even know the problem? Instead, let us do the reasonable thing before this bill goes to vote. That's just something we ought to consider, especially when we have the opportunity to do that, as opposed to pushing this directly to the floor without even having a GAO study beforehand. With that said, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Illinois, a great member of our Education and Workforce Committee, Ms. Miller.
Thank you,
The
Chairman.
gentlelady from Illinois has the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I joined the majority of my Republican colleagues in voicing strong opposition to H.R. 5408, the Faster Labor Contracts Act. This bill puts the selfish needs of the union bosses above the welfare of American workers. It would force employers to begin bargaining with new unions within 10 days of certification. It would force federal mediation to intervene if no contract is signed, and it would force the arbitrated contracts to last 2 years and cannot be appealed. Let me be clear. Employers and unions already meet at the negotiating table. There is no need to use government overreach to force labor negotiations. The Faster Labor Contracts Act is bad for employers, bad for employees, and bad for the economy. And I urge my colleagues to reject this bill and vote no.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Krishnamurthy.
The gentleman from Illinois has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 5408, the Faster Labor Contracts Act, and I salute Mr. Norcross and Mr. Scott for their outstanding leadership on this bill. Across America, workers exercise one of the most fundamental rights protected under our labor laws, namely the right to organize and bargain collectively. But for far too often, after workers vote to form a union, they are forced to wait months and even years before seeing the benefits of that decision. In fact, the average time to secure a first contract exceeds 450 days. During that time, workers can face uncertainty, delays, and frustration while negotiations drag on with no clear path to resolution. There are countless examples. A few years ago in my home state of Illinois, Teamsters drivers at XPO Logistics in Aurora voted to form a union. Yet more than 1 year after they voted, they were still fighting simply to get the company to come to the bargaining table. Those workers had exercised their legal right to organize, but they remained without a first contract and without the certainty they voted for. The Faster Labor Contracts Act addresses this problem with a straightforward and common sense framework. It requires newly certified unions and employers to begin bargaining promptly. If negotiations stall, The bill provides mediation and, if necessary, a neutral arbitration process to help both sides reach an initial agreement. This bill ensures that when workers make their voices heard through a lawful election, that decision is respected. Workers deserve to know that their vote to organize will not be rendered meaningless by endless delays. That is what this bill provides. It's practical, it's bipartisan, and it strengthens confidence in our labor system, supporting working families and helping to create more stable workplaces. I strongly urge my colleagues to support the Faster Labor Contracts Act, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 7 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri, another great member of the Education Workforce Committee, Mr. Under.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tomorrow, members from both sides of the aisle will head to the field for the annual congressional baseball game. It is a great tradition in Washington, reminding us that no matter how intensely we disagree, we believe in the basic American principle of fair play. But today I want to talk about a piece of legislation that completely upends the rules of fair play for Americans, the Faster Labor Contracts Act. To understand why this bill is so dangerous for our workforce, let's stick with the baseball analogy for a second. Imagine a tie game, the bottom of the ninth, a close play at the plate, and the call is challenged. Well, in Major League Baseball, we know how the replay review works. It goes to a centralized room in New York, filled with veteran umpires who have spent decades in the field. Both teams accept the final decision because they trust the expertise of the people making the call. Now imagine if the MLB suddenly changed that rule. Imagine replay reviews were handed over to a rushed 3-person panel, with one reviewer picked by the home team, one picked by the away team, and a third tiebreaker member chosen at random from the stadium's front office staff, and then given a 2-minute clock to issue a final unappealable ruling. None of us would accept that. The fans would protest and the integrity of the game would be destroyed. Yet remarkably, that is exactly the framework this legislation wants to force upon collective bargaining in the American workplace. The Faster Labor Contracts Act invites federal bureaucrats directly into the private negotiations and empowers them to dictate contracts between employers and employees. Under the text of this bill, once the union is certified, negotiations must begin within 10 days. The parties are then given a rigid window of just 90 days to reach a first contract. If they cannot reach a deal in that brief window, the bill forces them into mediation, but it only gives the process 30 days. If the mediation doesn't resolve every single issue in those few weeks, a government-imposed binding arbitration automatically kicks in. Just like that hypothetical baseball panel, a 3-person arbitration board takes over. The employer picks one, the union picks one, and a third, so-called neutral arbitrator is chosen. And if the parties cannot agree on those selections within 14 days, the Federal Mediation Conciliation Panel steps in and chooses all 3 arbitrators for them. This panel is given sweeping, unprecedented power to dictate wages, benefits, safety procedures, leave policies, and virtually every term of employment. And then comes the worst part of all. This 3-person panel votes, and that contract becomes legally binding for a full 2 years. What about the rank-and-file workers? The men and women on the factory floor, on the construction sites. They are completely shut out of the process. Under this bill, the workers are denied the right to vote on the very contract that governs their work lives. There is no ratification vote. There is no right of appeal. Think about that. The moral argument for labor unions is to give workers a collective voice. But this bill strips them of that voice and hands it over to a panel of outside lawyers and bureaucrats. Last spring at a Senate hearing, an International Association of Machinists shop steward testified on this point. He warned that removing the right of workers to ratify their own contract removes democracy from the workplace. He said, giving the worker a say is the whole point of a union. If we value the voices of working people, we should not support a bill that silences them.
Our government already furnishes help and protection from the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service, which employers and employees and unions can voluntarily utilize to resolve disputes. We do not need a heavy-handed law that prioritizes speed over fairness, centralization over consent, and government control over workplace democracy. Let's keep the federal government out of the dugout and the American workers and businesses calling the balls and strikes themselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as they may consume and ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the American Federation of Teachers, which says in part, "For this reason, we call on all members of the House to vote for the bipartisan Faster Labor Contracts Act. It is far from being a complete set of labor reforms, but it is an incredibly important step in the right direction." The letter goes on to say that under current law, for far too many workers, including many who seek to join the AFT, organizing a union is marked by employer anti-union campaigns that include pressure tactics and a refusal to negotiate a first contract after workers have voted to unionize.
Without objection.
And so, Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Mrs. Hoyle.
The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's hard enough to form a union, and in this building and in states across the country, we see efforts every day to make it even more difficult. We're seeing yet another strategy to delay and deny union representation from workers who've overcome every hurdle to vote to belong to a union. The average time between forming a union and a contract being signed is 458 days, 548 days for nonprofits. Workers should not have to wait years after forming a union to get a contract, and employers should not be able to move the goalpost after the decision has been made to form a union. My friend, Representative Norcross, brought forward the Faster Labor Contracts Act to address this issue, and I'm proud to speak in favor of this bill. Being pro-worker does not mean being anti-business, and being pro-business shouldn't mean being anti-worker, because when workers do well and have a clear path to the middle class, have access to fair family wage jobs, safe working conditions, our economy thrives and our businesses do better. I'm a member of Congress as a third-generation union member. Because my father and grandfather fought for and won better wages, hours, and working conditions with their unions, I'm able to be here today. This bill corrects a loophole and gives a timeline to negotiate a contract. That's what it does. This is a pro-worker bill. Should not be a partisan issue, and it's not. We have Republicans that have stood up for workers as well. And either you stand with workers or you don't. And today, I am proud to stand with the workers of this country and support this very good bill. I urge an aye vote and yield my time.
The gentlelady yields, and the gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, one who stands up for workers and is a great participant in the Education Workforce Committee as well. Mr. Fine.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in strong opposition to the so-called Faster Labor Contracts Act. I used to run businesses. That's what I was good at. And I understand the importance of collective bargaining. But I also know that the process shouldn't be rushed. Labor contracts are not minor administrative details. These are life-changing agreements. But this legislation imposes rigid timelines and artificial deadlines that could actually hurt both parties. Negotiations take time, because real compromise takes time. Workers deserve the opportunity to organize, consult with representatives, and review proposals carefully. The current law provides the right incentives for good faith bargaining, but the Faster Labor Contracts Act does not do that. It doesn't even promise a quicker turnaround for labor contracts. It just promises that a third party will step in sooner. The bill gives union workers and employees 90 days to reach an agreement before being referred to mediation, and then 30 additional days before going to arbitration. But there's no time limit on the arbitration, which could last for months or even years. Think about that. The only participants who do not face a deadline under the bill are the arbitrators. The government is forcing employers and employees to submit to. So despite the name of the bill, there's no guarantee the process will actually become faster, only a guarantee that workers and businesses may have no say in the final product. This bill doesn't promise higher wages. It doesn't improve workplace safety. It doesn't strengthen retirement security. It does not protect health care benefits. What it does do is place private negotiations on an accelerated timetable that increases pressure on workers to settle before they have fully fought for what they deserve. This is a bad idea, and I hope that we vote it down today. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields, and the gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Menifee.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you to my colleague, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Faster Labor Contracts Act. Mr. Speaker, I'm just astonished to hear my colleagues on the other side of the aisle argue that this bill was rushed when they failed to take it up in committee, when we all know that under their leadership, the committee has focused on attacking unions and attacking trans kids. Maybe if they focused more on education and workforce, we would see more bills like this come to the floor through a proper process that actually help unions. I represent Houston, longshoremen in the ship channel, like my grandfather, freight drivers, steel workers, electricians, folks who without them, this country would come to a screeching halt. And right now, when those workers vote to form a union, what the law requires is that the employer bargain in good faith. That's exactly what the law requires, but we all know that's not what happens in real life. In reality, employers stall. They run out the clock. That's why the average time between a union vote and the first contract is over a year where the bosses hold all of the cards. And that's a loophole that lets employers act in bad faith. And all this bill does is close it. Sets clear deadlines, a fair process, mediation if needed, arbitration as a backstop, and it only applies to first contracts. So it is focused and it is reasonable. When workers follow the rules have to work for them. And I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I urge my colleagues across the aisle to spend their better time when they're managing their committees. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields, and the gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a former union steel worker, I certainly understand the value that unions play in the workplace. I also understand the values that employers play in the workplace. I sometimes have my concerns about union officials and where they put their greatest agenda items at and their greatest concerns. You see, unions can only force workers to pay dues or fees if there's a signed contract in effect. This means that between the time a union is certified and when a first contract is signed, the union is not getting paid to represent workers. Once the dues spigot is open, nearly all unions funnel that money to opposing President Trump and the Republican Party goals to lower taxes and make the American dream affordable. For decades, unions have increasingly spent more of their money on political campaigns, it's part of the record, and fringe social issues, with a paltry sum spent on actually representing their members at the bargaining table and fighting for their rights. From 1990 to 2010, the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFSCME, was the second largest political donor on record, but spent 98% of its dollars on the other party, Democrats. President Trump is a strong supporter of Israel, but millions of dollars of union dues from unions like the SEIU, United Electrical Workers Union, and United Auto Workers are going to pro-Hamas, anti-Israel agenda. President Trump has fought to get DEI initiatives out of our schools, workplaces, and government agencies. Union money has been propping up that agenda for more than a decade. These are hard truths. President Trump supports a pro-life policy, but union money flows into Planned Parenthood and other pro-abortion organizations. Union-funded House Democrats have not spent their time fighting for workers like they promise. Instead, they've spent their time undermining President Trump's agenda and trying to get him removed from office. Hard truths. The Faster Labor Contracts Act is just the latest attempt to undermine the president and his pro-worker agenda. It will go to union leadership. They'll still be pulling it in while the bureaucrats make decisions for the employees. I urge colleagues to vote no on H.R. 5408, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, the vice-ranking member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, Mr. Cesar.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Mr. Speaker, I rise today for us to pass the Faster Labor Contracts Act tonight in the U.S. House, to uphold a fundamental right for all American workers, the right to bargain collectively for a fair contract. American workers marched and bled and died for the right to form a union, marched and bled and died for the right to join together and bargain for fair wages and working conditions. But for far too many Americans, that right exists in name only, because far too often employers drag out contract negotiations for weeks and months and then years. On average, it takes more than 465 days to secure a first union contract. That's 465 days that workers go without fair wages, benefits, and the protections that they've earned. That is unacceptable. Today, we say when you exercise your fundamental right to organize a union, you deserve a contract without needless delay. And after we do our job in the House, the Senate should pass this bill without delay. I'm very grateful to the ranking member and to Mr. Norcross for this effort. And I also want to say a word about how the bill came to the floor. The bill itself is critically important, but today's vote is about more than any one bill. After the Speaker refused to bring the bill to the floor, working people got to work and organized 218 signatures needed to force this vote. This vote sends a clear message that when working people stand together, we can win under the most difficult of circumstances. It's happening more and more. Just as Congress, we have stood together to demand a vote on collective bargaining for federal workers, the right to form a union, affordable health care, defense for the people of Ukraine, and the rights of those with temporary protected status. The vote sends a message that the Speaker may hold the gavel, but in the United States of America, working people are still in charge. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and the gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, a great member of the Education Workforce Committee, Mr. Grothman.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank the gentleman from Michigan for fighting this onerous bill. I'll add, in addition to all the other things he pointed out, the candidates that the unions back usually are in favor of big welfare. I think part of that is because people, I'm sure, on welfare are more likely to vote Democrats. So they like a lot of people taking advantage of that system. When I look at this bill, I wonder on which planet the drafters were from. I love to get around my district and talk to my employers, talk to the factories, talk to the warehouses, and again, I find happy people and well-paid people. This bill is drafted by somebody who wants as many businesses, I think, to be in a confrontational mode of using the government to negotiate an arbitration on this contract or that contract, or how we're going to be able to run the factory, which is a primary way that you can make American business less competitive. I You also see, as other speakers have pointed out, that we have a situation here in which government officials are going to impose a contract. In other words, government officials are going to determine how a factory is run. I can't think of a way to make American business less competitive than this. And I encourage my colleagues to tour a non-union factory sometime over the weekend. Thank you.
The gentleman yields, and the gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, could you advise how much time is remaining on both sides?
Yes, sir. The minority side has 15 and a half minutes, and I believe the majority side has 7 minutes left.
Could you say that again?
15 and a half for your side, sir.
Remaining?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Mervan.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Scott and Representative Norcross, for bringing this to our attention. The men and women who pour our steel and power grid our power and built our middle class with a union card in their pocket, what this bill does, this makes sure the next generation of workers can earn one without waiting to be heard for years and months and decades. I rise today to express my strong support for H.R. 5408 for a Faster Labor Contract Act. My good friend, the chairman of the Education Committee, mentioned this administration and their likeness for the working public and working men and women. It was in March and on Labor Day that they stripped collective bargaining in the greatest historical moment in stripping collective bargaining from the workforce of federal employees to the tune of 445,000 federal workers. So when we talk about, and you talk about union workers and working men and women, this administration made history by stripping collective bargaining from almost 500,000 people. Throughout my career as a public servant, I have been proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with all union members of organized labor because working families are worth fighting for. They are the foundation of the strength of our communities, our workforce, and our economy. It is because of decades of their efforts and their advocacy that they have built not just our infrastructure, our roads and bridges and waterways, but they have built our middle class through promoting safe working conditions, affordable health care options, and a sound retirement. When workers vote in the affirmative to form a union, the government should ensure that businesses immediately acknowledge and respect their voice. I applaud the leadership of Rep. Norcross in a bipartisan process. Again, in a bipartisan process. There are Republicans who crossed over to vote for this.
One additional minute.
There were Republicans who crossed over to allow this bill to come to the forward. And again, in a bipartisan process to bring this matter to a vote, because working men and women matter. And in Northwest Indiana, they're worth fighting for. So with that, I encourage all my colleagues to support this important measure. And again, this administration made history by cutting collective bargaining to over 500,000 of federal employees and did that on Labor Day.
The gentleman yields, and the gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to my friend from the region where we both grew up, Hammond, south side of Chicago, Calumet City, Steel area, and all of the rest. I just make one point. Our president is clearly for private sector workers, very much so. When he dealt with the federal government, it follows the pattern of trying to reduce the cost, the size, the scope of the federal government. And in fact, that's what we're talking about here, of expanding the scope of the federal government to come in and force on employees and employers contracts that, in many cases, they will not have voted on. I just remind my good friend of that. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. And before resuming the debate on this, the chair lays before the House the following enrolled bill.
Senate 2, an act to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of Senate Concurrent Resolution 33.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my very dear friend from Virginia for allowing me the time. I shall return some of it to you. First, an acknowledgement. I am a dues checkoff member of AFSCME. I am proud to have been a member of this union for more than 20 years. And I rise to say that I support the legislation, but more importantly, I rise to say that we should not engage in insidious prevarications to solicit the support of legislation. It is not true, and I defend all of the unions, especially SEIU and AFSCME. It is not true that any of these unions support Hamas. That is below the belt. There is no empirical evidence to indicate that any of the unions support Hamas. When I heard that, it really touched a nerve. We can debate these issues without the prevarications that can become incisive. This is about whether we should have collective bargaining and it should be fair, and that industry and labor should compromise and work together. I can support compromise, but I cannot support language indicating that